Jesus. Yeshua. 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 Jesus. Jesus. Yeshua. 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 Jesus. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Do. Make sure I don't get that. Hello. Hey, thank you so much. What's up, chat? Thank you for your support on the video and on the channel. I'm in the process of preparing to move into the 4th house for Cancer. So this dream is dedicated for general readings for the 4th house. And I'm making my way through the 12 houses. Mm-hmm. 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 Jesus, Yeshua, 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 Jesus, Yeshua. Religious factors at the top of the deck. Heart-to-heart conversations. Religious factors at the top of the deck. Keep an open mind. Keep an open mind at the top of the deck. Playfulness. Keep an open mind at the top of the deck. Pay attention to the red flags. Do 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 do. Pay attention to the red flags. Keep an open mind. Give your relationship a chance. You know, with those clarifiers that made appearances while I was shuffling, sometimes I pay attention to that. All right. Pay attention to the red flags. Keep an open mind. That card combination that made an appearance, it felt like triggers. Like, you know, keeping an open mind, you want to be optimistic about it, but there's red flags that you want to pay attention to. And then we're talking about religious factors and making an appearance, and those religious factors is an issue. And so the religious factor card in my readings, it opens up, because I'll use that love oracle deck for different genres, different content other than just love. So I started to notice that it's not just religion, but it's politics. It's any hardwired concepts that the person is dealing with that's engraved, and it becomes a conflict or a center where there's controversy in the connection. It causes a disturbance, some static there. So it could be anything, any hard-grained thought process that somebody has in a relationship that causes some dissonance at times, a conflict. So then it was like heart-to-heart conversations. Let's see what else made an appearance around that. then it was like keep an open mind, playfulness, and then pay attention to the red flag. So it's like as the connection becomes more relaxed and there's the playfulness and the rigidness from the religious factors becomes more soft, then there's pay attention to the red flag. So I feel like in a healing process, when you're coming together with your person, let's say that you're in therapy, or even if you guys are keeping an open mind within each other to pay attention to red flags, like, oh, there goes a pink elephant, for example. Now, instead of the connection dissolving right away, for example, if we're being playful and we're just, everything is cool, but there's a pink elephant, but you're working on your connection, so you're working on your trust, you're working on your intimacy, you're working on your family, then a pink elephant appears, then maybe you guys can peacefully, amicably say, pay attention to the red flag. Oh, okay, let's take this into therapy, let's work on this, let's make a mental note and come back when the time is a better time, like not now, type energy. So pay attention to the red flags, but that came up to be a trigger, like a soft trigger. Okay, amicably, let's file that away. Let's address it in therapy. Let's address it when the time permits. Let's address this when we're both, nourished and, we both are composed enough to go on ahead and we feel strong enough that we can address the elephant in the room without deteriorating our connection, without breaking down, keep an open mind, stay optimistic. Basically, remembering that we're on the same side of this team. We're a team, we're on the same side. So like the Three of Pentacles, for an example, that makes appearances and it's, typically designed to improve and to enhance and optimize the situation. That's one of the examples how a Three of Pentacle energy could be in the room with just two individuals, only them. It's them and it's the BS that they're dealing with. It's them and it's the static, the dissonance that they're dealing with. But if those two come into the picture with the static that they want to heal, they can remember, hey, we're on the same side of this. We're on the same team. So it's the dissonance that we're addressing together. Then that would be the Three of Pentacles coming into the reading. But with them working to harmonize, to heal, to improve the situation, to optimize the situation. So that's what just came. Just by clarifying and shuffling that oracle deck that we're working on. Pay attention to the red flags. Pay attention to the triggers. Pay attention to the pink elephant in the room. Not necessarily to break down the connection or to, but softly file it away, to address it, to heal the situation, to bring about understanding, understanding, overstanding. All right, so we're in the 4th house now. This is Cancer's house. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading. Please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for the 4th house, Cancer's house. Hello, chat. Thank you guys so much for your support on the video and on the channel and for interacting here in the chat with me and with each other. And prayers up, concerns up for the Most High. God knows what we need before we even ask. Let's see what's going on. So here, this is a good overall. The trajectory of energy in this house is good with these 3 cards on the table as is, without the without pulling additional clarifiers or anything. This is a good reading because the formula that currently we've been kind of going back to is taking a look at the energy that comes on the stage in the first position. Look at its elemental value, look at its sequential order, look at if it's a major or minor arcana. It's the Ace of Pentacles. And as it moves into this transformative embodiment here in the second position, it's the Empress. And then looking in the third position, and I wonder, where did my pentacles go? Oh, okay. So we started out with one pentacle, and over here in the third position, the output is the Six of Pentacles. Notice the balance in the six. This is one of the most beautiful pinnacle cards in the deck in its suit, in my opinion. It talks about balance, reciprocity, give and take. It talks about your prayers answered, good Samaritans, you know, grants. It's a good opportunity for grants. For an example, if anybody's looking for in the fourth house some type of investment for their real estate, for their home, or if they're looking to move, if they're looking for housing concerns, the fourth house may be one that they would visit to get that information. And it looks like this is a good time to find what you're looking for, a good time to get the financial backing that you may need. You know, it might suggest that, for example, the interest rates are good, or, you know, the financial options are good. But I don't want to repeat myself too much. Thank you for your patience with that one. So let's zoom out. The Ace of Pentacles moving into the Empress embodiment. And then we have the Six of Pentacles here. How else? I'm looking at how else and a relationship dynamic with that read without additional clarifiers. But as we know, the Empress is abundant. The Empress is receptive to multiply, increase, you know, well manage the energy coming toward her. Energy specific, not necessarily gender specific. And that's pretty much what you're looking at. The Empress receiving this Ace of Pentacles and multiplying it, and also putting it in balance and harmony as described. So there's a lot of single energy right now, because I'm looking like, oh, well, how would this be in a relationship reading? Well, at the moment it looks like Cancer could be single, and this looks like it could be a multitude of things that she's dealing with. Oh, a relationship, the Ace of Pentacles. You know, if it was more so a love offer coming toward her, you know, we could see a page there or someone presenting the love offer, but that's not exclusively the case. That could be the case. It kind of looks like more leaning toward financials, like money coming toward Cancer, you know, and financial gains. But it could be a lover returning, and it looks like for reconciliation, and it looks like that connection has a high likelihood of ascending to a higher level in their commitment. There's a high likelihood for a favorable reconciliation to happen, you know, and the connection healing. If it is a connection like that, it tends to lean towards a high likelihood that this is someone already in Cancer's energy currently, you know, someone that's familiar, that's been there. There's likelihood that they're married, if not on paper, energetically, you know. So in a relationship reading, that's what it looks like. Otherwise, if it's a new lover, a new love potential, it's someone that meets them. There's a lot of similarities that they have, like-mindedness that they have. Someone who's coming into the picture already prepared to move the connection to a higher level of commitment. So that's what that looks like. But yeah, so this is a straightforward trajectory, and we could pretty much leave it at that and keep moving. We have a lot of houses to cover. Usually if I get a straightforward reading like that, I do tend to go ahead and keep moving. And it looks like kind of here in the room by myself, so I think we'll go ahead and do that. Jesus, Yeshua, Jesus, 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 Yeshua, Jesus, Yeshua, Jesus, Jesus, Yeshua, Jesus, Jesus, Yeshua, Jesus, Jesus, Yeshua, Jesus. Okay, so we're in the 5th house. This is Leo's house. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Leo, aka the 5th house. Alright, so off the page without any additional context. Let's see. We have the 5 of Pentacles in the first position, the Hermit in the second position, and the 5 of Swords. So the formula we've been using so far is to look at the first element there in the first position, look at its value, sequential order, minor or major arcana is the 5 of Pentacles. And moving through this transformative embodiment here, it's the Hierophant, and seeing the output and checking where did the pentacles go? Why is the output not pentacles but a different element, swords? To analyze the reduction. Is there a reduction here? Why? What does it mean? What is this transformative energy about? So the transformative energy being that it's the Hermit, and it points to the 6th house, the house of service, work, routines, health, for example, to name a few of the most pronounced symbols related to the Hermit in the 6th house. Also, it is the house where just recently Venus was in. Venus is currently in its own house, the 7th house currently. But anyhow, so what's there? So the 5 of Pentacles is what I describe loosely standing out in the cold, weathering the storm on their own. So sequentially just coming out of the 4 of Pentacles, which is a state of lack and, finances and everything else is tight. So there's a sense of concern. I call it being a diligent steward of resources, because they feel like overextending themselves. They'd be overextending themselves, at their own expense if they don't hold it in, if they don't hold back, if, they're not careful. So the 5 is, indicating that there's more abundance than before, but they're still, they need to still be diligent and careful. 5, looking at the number 5 and how it represents change on the horizon. But let's see here. So this energy is moving into healing and coming out with the 5 of Swords, having a decisive mindset, a win at all cost mentality. So I would want to continue working this one to get more context. Off the page though, it looks like Leo, single, available, like single and available is what that looks like. They look like they are, let's see, if they were to get into a relationship, it looks like they have everything necessary to get a relationship off the ground and for that relationship to have potential to be successful. It looks like things could be better, but it also could be worse. It's not that bad. But it looks like I'm not seeing them get into the dating arena. It looks like they're moving towards healing and withdrawal. So here, what are they doing in the Hermit? It feels like Four of Sword energy, but in a major arcana form. Not a minor, Four of Swords in the minor arcana, but amplified in the Hermit. So to get their mind focused, like moving Pentacles into this Hermit and coming out with a focused mentality, a decisive mentality, a win at all cost mentality. So they're spending energy in here, but they're at a distance, right? See, the Hermit is difficult to read at times what is going on with the Hermit. So like the 5th house deals with relationship and courtship and romance. And so far, even in today's daily reading, at times it was like my person is withdrawn. There's so much going on, especially in the 3rd house, for an example. There's so much going on in each of their own individual lives. They're withdrawn, and the Hermit made an appearance. So it's almost as if they didn't have the time. Like, where is my partner? What is my partner doing? There could be anything going on in there. It was kind of giving moon energy as well. Like, it was hard to see what they're doing. The context was reading, they're probably likely definitely healing and there's a lot going on. So just composing themselves and processing, to maintain a sense of order and chaos, you know. So that was just inferred due to that. There's a high likelihood. But in the Hermit, you know, there could be a lot of things going on. There could potentially be a conflict, for an example, to come out with the 5 of Sword type of energy. A conflict that they're dealing with. They could be dealing with their own addictions, their own instabilities, whatever it is. They could be dealing with codependency issues, but they're getting healing, and regarding that, fighting addictions, for an example, fighting weaknesses of other kinds that might be destabilizing. But in the Hermit, they're holding it together, you know, to basically maintain like a 7 of fire energy, standing on their square at a position of leverage. So they're focused. They're alchemizing a lot and coming up with their own guiding light, so regardless if they're in darkness or wherever, if they're in the middle of chaos, they're having their sense of stability here and their guiding light. But back to sometimes, like if it's somebody in a relationship, could you have someone that's indulging in their toxicities and they're, maybe self-medicating? Could that be one of the things that they're doing in the Hermit type energy? It could be, but then again, while they're in here dealing with those indulgences and like self-medicating in different ways that might not be the best for them, but to come out with the 5 of Swords would suggest that they're getting a grip on it, that they're overcoming that. So that would give a context to why they would come out with the 5 of Swords. Like they're battling something in here, they're dealing with something here, and as they come out with the 5 of Swords, they're on top of it. They're gaining ground. Similarly, how it was described with the 4 of Pentacles, and the 5 of Pentacles. Sequentially, having the 5 here, it suggests that they just came out of the 4, a sense of lack, where they felt, some sort of insecurity about overextending themselves because they felt like it would be at their own expense. So they're holding on. They're being a diligent steward of their resources, and holding on and holding back and being disciplined. They're flipping a penny into dollars, making a penny stretch, So when they get into the 5, it's like, it feels like a lot of abundance compared to what they've just come out of. But the type of abundance that they've acquired through strict discipline, that they've acquired from, not having, so they pulling rabbits out of their hat basically. So when they get to the 5, they feel very wealthy and still diligent, very wise and prudent about how they spend their resources if they were able to stretch a dollar and flip pennies and multiply something out of nothing, imagine what they can do now with 5 instead of 1 type energy. So there you see that there's an equality in the output. It's like a mirror. They flipped it. The pinnacles are flipped into their mentality, into a mentality. So, and even that kind of feels like a reading that we did in the 9th house for Sagittarius, probably yesterday or recently, where now it's almost as if, yeah, they transmuted 5 pentacles into 5 swords, but now this is like the type of mentality that they have is like, but once I get back over here, I can get these 5 pentacles back, and I can also have 5 pentacles over there, and we can multiply, that energy. Like, this is unrealized potential at the moment because of a lack of focus, for an example, a lack of discipline, for an example. But once they get the discipline and that when it all costs mentality, that focus, now they can go ahead and realize the potential here, liquidate the potential here, manifest and make abundance, and continue residually with that type of abundant energy. So for an example, meeting a partner, how we described, this person looks very suitable. This person looks very suitable to get into a connection, and there's potential for that connection to get off the ground successfully with healing and balance. For example, so they have the 5 of Pentacles. Let's say their partner is coming with 5 of Sword energy. So they have what it takes to meet the 5 of Swords and to complement, and where they could be a success. But it would be like where your partner is strong, they complement you where you're weak type energy. Potentially that looks like what we're looking at. Or even, somebody's presenting with the 5 of Pentacles and they're presenting with the 5 of Swords, but not to say they too don't also have 5 Pentacles, 5 Cups, 5 Fire too. Well, the fire would be blockage. Hey guys, let's see. I can go on and on trying to put that together, but I came to a stop right there when I started to go through the elements. But yeah, they could have a 5 of fire here. They could have a 5 of fire here as well. But this hermit would be a guide and light to help alchemize even 5 of fire and complement them to not have a block there. But with that block that was there, that could be the pink elephant in the room that they're able to address and heal the situation. So let's see here. It looks like there's a stage of healing taking place here. And let's get some additional context by pulling some cards. So I just wanted to lay down a premise right here based on what's seen on the table. And then let's get some additional information now. So I'll put a pin in the first translation as a completed one. Okay. All right. So the first running storyline that comes up to be updated, we're looking at this window of opportunity. We're looking at a gradient of possibilities for the fifth house that talks about risky behavior, risky investments, and or conception, where children may be involved. A seer or astrologer will look here to get that information. So if you'll remember, we were looking at our gradient start to dissipate and move from over here to over here, where it begins to look more risky over here. Okay, and over here it was starting to look more risky in this area. And last time we checked, it was like, okay guys, it looks like there's some investors that are holding on their investment. They're going long, or they might be taking a chance and dipping back in here. But it looks like that dipping back in, you're advised to make it quick type energy, because it looks like it could get quite disadvantageous over here. So just following up on that, you can see that there's more pronounced opportunity for success right here. Following up on that storyline with the Five of Pentacles and the King of Pentacle energy, that looks a lot more successful. Over here, it begins to look more risky, as if you didn't make this investment around here, and now we're just looking at residuals. We're looking at tying up loose ends type energy. We're looking at, you having decisive energy about what you want to do back here. So now we're just looking at the process of decisions, actions you made over here, just kind of coming to that close, tying up loose ends type energy. Then, because this feels like it's wrapping up, where you can still feel that there's residual, because this is talking about now. This is like basically the cocoon. So remember how we were looking at this embodiment without the clarifier, and we were pretty much describing a cocoon type energy. We can see it though. There's the cocoon here. So it's like when you get a cocoon, that's when the process, that's what I mean. So probably when the metamorphosis started to happen was like right here. The germination process right here. That means the seed has already been planted, locked in. It's starting to spring roots. It's starting to germinate right here. The butterfly now, it's all about divine timing when that butterfly is going to emerge. And even it's not, you could tell over here, it's not time for that butterfly to emerge. Because you see here, there's still, it's not finished. It's still cooking. It's still cooking. It's not ready yet. This is the energy of stop banging that stove. Don't be jumping around that stove because you don't want the cake to fall type energy right there. But so these are just hypotheticals to try to describe the energy as it's moving through this house. And so let's see, Five of Swords and the Seven of Swords. So yeah, that gives context with that hypothetical, the Five of Swords having the win at all cost mentality, because right here we're looking at it's locked in. The seed has been planted. It's already done. The work, etc. The intentions are set. So no wonder. And now this is starting to look like a bloom, like potential. The germination process, stuff starting to come to a head in a bud, but it's not quite yet ready. Actually, the bloom is not the right word. A budding process. The potential of the bud's not even a good bud yet. So let's see, what else is that talking about? The potential, not even a good bud. So using the formula, we're looking at fives over here, and we're looking at there's a 7 over here. So that's going to give us 2 remaining cups. There's enough for 5 to get off the ground. So there's enough to germinate 5, for an example. And then there's 2 leftover potentials, it looks like. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Well, but we know that the King of Pentacles has more, so it's like he put 5 in the pot. This is an example. Oh, he has a lot more than 5. He just chose to put 5 in his pot. Or his potential to produce, you know, he has it. He's abundant. Even if it's unrealized potential, as had been described here, though, for an example, we are talking about they might, have the plot right here, but when they put it, it could be, you know, not liquid yet, but the potential is there. Then they have everything they need to come back here and start to liquidate, start to make it realized. So the potential is here. He put 5 in the pot. There's 2 left over. Well, so if we're looking here, well, the cake is not ready. It's still in the oven. Don't throw that door. Don't bounce around it because the cake might fall type energy. It suggests if we look over here, we'd be like, okay, well, why isn't it done yet? You would say, well, at the moment it's still too watery, you know. So now if this were to deal with a relationship sometimes, a connection that's, those connections where maybe it's a water sign and an air sign. And sometimes those connections don't really, they meet their challenges, and you can see that there's something about their dissonance in their elemental factors like earth and air. Even the elements that do work well, earth and water. But sometimes earth and water has a challenge because somebody's too rigid and somebody's too emotional or too sensitive, and sometimes that doesn't work, But if you guys could follow me there, then sometimes those type of connections don't work. I feel like especially when the couples don't know themselves very well, because that's where, for an example, a water sign might, well, we're literally looking at water and air here, so, but I'm talking about water and earth because it might be easier to understand. Sometimes a water sign might say, oh, my earth sign is just not sensitive enough and they're too cold, towards me. And then the earth sign might say, oh my gosh, I can't believe you think I'm too cold or I'm not sensitive or not. I am definitely saying I'm so, but it's just a little bit too much. What else do you want me to do? Do you want me to, etc., etc. And then it's like, there you go, you're being cold again, you're being too analytical. Can't you feel me type energy? That type of dissonance might be happening. How does it happen with air and water sometimes when they have those same dissonance? I think it's kind of similar. Oh, my air sign is being too cold, too cutthroat, too, you know, rigid. Like they lack empathy, or they lack sense. They're not intuitive. I don't know. They're too analytical, etc., etc. That's how that might be read if somebody was trying to get additional information. But it's like you guys are almost on the same page. You're almost to the point of resonating. You might want to spend some more time in therapy. And if you're healing yourself, spend some more time working on that pink elephant, because you're almost there. But I feel like that even speaks to the potential of success and the window for these risky behaviors to open up. I remember when we were on a cliffhanger over here where it looked like, okay, guys, it looks like there's a gradient of you want to hold on and then let go, jump out, because the market is starting to look unstable. So for those of you who don't have a long game plan, then you want to go ahead and get your earnings, get your profits. Don't take my word for it. Do your research and double check this. Take your profits and get out, because it looks like the market is unstable and the data is not available to talk about where the market is going, because it could be looking unstable or volatile in the near future. But for all we know, it could actually just resonate and ride right there, stabilize right there, if that makes any sense, right? Where, for an example, if the market was spiking over here, so it looked like you could buy low and you could sell high, it looked like that likelihood was back there when the window was open. The window is coming to a close right there, right? So if you, the issue about making an investment where, for an example, you could buy low and sell high, and that's what you want to do, because then you can rake out your profits. For example, if you bought low at $1 and then you're selling high at $20, then you could take your profits and then do it again. Buy low at $1, and now instead of buying $1, you might want to buy 20 for $1. Instead of buying one, you might throw all the not here, guys, over here where it's more advantageous potentially to do that. Now, instead of just buying one at $1, now you could buy 20 at $1 and sell that, you know what I'm saying, for $20 again. So now you've multiplied your earnings. So those type of fluctuations was happening in the past. Now it suggests you want to get out, because we saw that the market was going to start to become volatile and unpredictable. But now, with additional information on the table, we might start to discern how the market is moving. For an example, if it's going to stay static right there, if it's just going to stay like right there. Now, for an example, that would mean if it became risky, somebody bought, 20, let's say, because it was like, I don't know, guys, because, if you are going to do it, would you throw the whole kitchen sink in there? Depending on your analysis and depending on your strategy, that's your decision. But if somebody were to go ahead and just make a last ditch effort and threw the kitchen sink in here, expecting it to spike high like it did before, but let's say they threw the whole kitchen sink in there and then it didn't go up to here. It only went up to here. And it's like there's not much room for growth. There's not much room for profit. It looks like darn. And that's where this reading could be helpful, like darn. And Lord forbid somebody threw the kitchen sink in there and it's only doing this now. They got the whole kitchen sink in there. Dang it. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it started to look risky. Where it was like, the advice was like, well, if you're going to want to take a chance because you're at the Five of Pentacles type energy and you want to still take a chance, that would be one example why the King of Pentacles with so much potential might choose to just put one. Or maybe they put 5 because you literally have 5 here. So they didn't throw the whole kitchen sink in there, but they, they put enough that they felt comfortable with. So if they threw 5, and and all of a sudden, let's say, because we warned them, it, was just kind of doing this and occasionally doing that and occasionally doing this type energy. Lord forbid even going down here, because I was trying to be generous, Lord, But the King of Pentacles, if he's on top of it, he was like, yeah, and I knew it was going to do that right there, and I knew it was going to do that right there, and I knew it was going to, and they're just cashing in, ka-ching, 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 because their plan was just like that. However, but this might suggest they just barely broke even in a way. And then, guys, just to be more technical about it, what I'm reading is, even if they were like just about to break even, this might suggest around this area, it's still unrealized potential. So, and we're on the cliffhanger, so we don't know what's on the other side of there. So, I mean, but you can take that storyline and start to see, well, that's why the reading said it's kind of risky to go out this far. The data said to kind of go ahead and capitalize, and that pretty much looked like just holding on to your position, cash in where you're just waiting for your maturity date, or you're just waiting for them to go ahead and liquidate, your numbers. And kind of, we don't know what's going to happen over there. But for those who are holding long, they're kind of not as concerned about over here, but they might be. Because for those who are holding long, it looks like they might just extend it over here to be like, okay, and grab their potential as it became realized, as they calculated it would, and then they're grabbing theirs. And who knows? Who knows? But that's one update for the running storyline that was talking about those risky investments, risky behavior type energy. Now, what else? Let's see. So we kind of looked at relationship-wise. It kind of looked like those relationships were mostly single. Those who were single. And those who are in a relationship at a distance from their lover, but working on their connection, that kind of energy was described. Then there's a connection here that is talking about a single that, so lately we've come across more singles that have their relationship standards and checklist already here. And that was mostly when there was like a Queen of Pentacles on the stage, the King of Pentacles on the stage, especially. That would suggest, okay, this person is picky, this person is selective, and they have standards and they have boundaries and they have a checklist. So they are stepping into the dating arena with a checklist. And so there's a high likelihood that if their potential lovers don't make the checklist, and they won't be making it this far into their connection, right? In this actual reading here, this would suggest that they don't necessarily have a checklist. This is not exclusively true, but there's a high potential that they don't really have a checklist. So they're moving into the stage that is going to they're getting their checklist. But it also looks like in context that they're getting their checklist here together, but they themselves have things that they need to work out for themselves. For an example, something that causes some dissonance in our connections is if somebody says, for example, I want a partner that, let's see, what is a neutral hypothetical that we can relate to that's not offensive or it's not controversial too much. I want a partner that is built like a god. I want a partner that is, their physique is just on point. Like, that's what I want, right? But then they themselves, for an example, are not, they don't pay attention to their own health. And that kind of resonates here because this is, the sixth house deals with health, for an example. So they say, I want somebody with top tier health and their body is chiseled like a god. And then, but they themselves don't pay attention to their own health or their own body. So that would be like having a checklist, but then moving into this energy where they themselves don't reflect, or they're not carrying themselves to, we will never say never, right? That couldn't happen, because it could, but they're kind of, their expectations are too high. It's not realistic expectations. And that was just one hypothetical to fit in there, because there's many, and we talk about it on the channel. We've been talking about how, especially in soulmate twin flame connections, how there's a mirror effect that's going on, and there's a ricochet, and somebody might not realize that they're in a twin flame connection, and they should do some inner work to find out what is it within them that continue to attract a connection where there's dissonance and there's a karmic pattern and there's toxicities, and it's like, why do I keep attracting the same type of lover? And so that would be like one of the things to fix, to tweak within oneself. And the Hangman and the Hermit could be that energy to bring those realizations to the forefront, and then focusing on the fifth house symbolically how it also governs where the ego is. So this could be something where the ego is subdued, and then, a concern within one's own subconscious that doesn't align with their conscious mind's desire. Like, oh, they might realize, well, I want a partner that's healthy, that's chiseled like a god, and I really want that, and I don't want to settle on that, for example, for all the type of reasons, because that's the part, there's all types of intrinsic reasons why that would be. But then they might realize, like, wow, I was wanting that all this time, but I wasn't realizing that I myself am not that. So, okay, and they could be inspired of, for an example, they might have I wanted somebody that was like that because I want them to teach me how to be like that. For I have the potential to be that. I want to be that. I know I can be that, but I just needed a partner that will encourage me. That's like one example of how they could have those high expectations, but then you noticed even in that mental approach, that would indicate that this person is self-aware. Like, I know that I'm not there, but I want this in my partnership because I know I have the potential to be there, and they can encourage me, type energy. Then there's a higher likelihood that they'll find what they want because they've already realized it within themselves. But in the case where they're like, I want this, but they don't realize where they're lacking, they could set themselves up, for failure as described. But then this hangman and hermit energy could be what helps them realize, oh, well, I wanted a partner that I could work on that, together. But this may indicate I've got to start doing this work by myself and start getting, some milestones of success on my own. And maybe through that journey, that's where I'll find my person. So then even that describes the energy that would move through this house and come out with the Five of Swords, okay, and with the potential. So I wanted to wait for my partner to come in and inspire me, and I didn't want to do this work alone, but I'm having to do it alone. And here's the Five of Swords. Now they have the win at all cost mentality, and where do I start? Kind of the Seven of Cups, the overwhelmed, maybe disorienting feeling, but the passion, like, okay, where do I start now? The swords in the water, the elemental factors are there. What are they missing? They're missing some earth. What are they missing? They're missing some fire, some passion. What are they missing? They're missing some sunlight, whatever they're missing. And then those two cups that remained, that could be why we have five, and we have five swords, and we have five earth element. So we have complements, and whatever is missing, it's like, but we have two more cups that's missing. So that could be experienced as, for an example, so the person has almost everything they need, but they're still sensitive, for an example, with the two additional cups. Oh, why is my partner, being mean? Why are they being too cold? I'm not being mean. I'm not too cold. You're being too sensitive. Oh, but why are you, you're being, and potentially that could be unrealized potential. And so with compassion, I'm not being cold. I'm not being insensitive. You're being too sensitive. Oh no. Oh my God. No. And it's like, okay, wait a minute. I need more passion. I need more fire. I need more sun. And then the catalyst is like this Five of Sword type energy. Why are you being mean to? I'm not being mean. I love you. I'm not. You're being too No, I'm not being too sensitive. No, I'm not. Oh, wait a minute. There's the passion already. Sometimes how it's a natural byproduct. And we talked about that in the first part of today's daily reading updates when we're looking at the planetary placements. And we've seen that the wounded warrior Chiron is currently in the second house. Taurus's house that governs value systems, and self-esteem is there too. And talking about raising your value, and how Chiron currently going retrograde is now reflecting those value system sentiments inwardly to catalyze the same sense of raising your value. When Chiron was going direct, this would catalyze external influences that talk about the values raising. Chiron going retrograde now, it's internal. So, oh, this catalyst, why is my lover being so mean? Now, the hypothetical that we used was about fitness and da 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 because I felt like that was general enough to use a good example to express what is being felt here. But that's not what I'm talking about. You could put anything there and hopefully be able to resonate with a different scenario. But that would be like, oh, my partner does love me. Like for an example, guys, my partner loves me because I am, my lover. Oh, why are you being so mean to me? I'm not being mean to you. Yes, you are. All the things that we described. And it's like, look, and then they take it to the bedroom for an example, for your weight, that's something you want to fix. Remember how we were talking about the compliment wherever they're strong, they compliment wherever you're weak. They compliment. Listen, for example, this is their God that's chiseled, their lover that's chiseled like a God. I, for example, love you at first sight. It wasn't your body type. It was the fact that you had already goals in your mind that you wanted to do. That this is something you wanted to do. For example, even the ones who never talked about they wanted to have a healthy life, whatever. That's something that you wanted to do. I think that you're beautiful just the way you are. Listen, you want me to prove it to you? And then they take them all in the bedroom and they're all doing gymnastics and flipping over. And then the person realizes in that moment that they've had this passionate chemistry all of the time, but they realize in that moment, oh, wouldn't it be nice if I could? Oh my, I never, I pulled a muscle in there. you know, maybe what if I did do some stretching before we went in there because I don't know what it was, but this time we pulled some, I pulled some muscles I need to, so all of a sudden that's a catalyst. They're signing up for yoga now, all of a sudden now together they have this new passion, this newfound passion, a new twinkle in her eye. He proved it to her. I don't have a problem with your weight. I told you that's something that you wanted to do. You're sexy just as you want me to. Okay, look. Oh, I am all of that. She's got a new twang in her hips and she's signing up for yoga now. So, you know what I'm saying? That's just an example of those two additional cups. And through the catalyzation of their connection, those additional cups are realized. You have the passion now, the fire, you've got the sunlight that you're missing, and everything that you're missing, and the to-do list, the checklist is becoming realized because it's like, okay, I wanted to get into this, I wanted to do this, but I don't even know where to start. Oh, starting yoga. I don't even know where to start. Oh, change my diet up. That's on the checklist. I don't even know where to start. Well, do I start with the Atkins diet or the calories diet or the, fasting, the electric food? Okay, well, there's the checklist getting realized. This is like a person that necessarily doesn't have a checklist. They're kind of still open minded about their checklist. They still have their own, to their own things that they're working on that they haven't yet realized. And then we described how this energy is moving in the fifth house. All right. So, hey chat, thank you for your support on the video and on the channel and interacting in the chat there. Even if I'm unable to answer the question at the moment, even if that is the case, your question, the Most High knows what you need before you even ask. So I'm always loving the reminder to mention that. We leave room. We make short-term energy readings here. Try to be as vague as possible for your individual storylines to fit in if it does. And, for your prayer closets, because the Most High has the final say. And also those interactions could find themselves resonating in the reading, in the generals. And then for when the channel opens up to do private personal readings for subscribers, we'll see. There's potential there for that to happen too. So thank you so much, everybody, for your support on the video and on the channel, and interaction, helping the channel to grow. The next house we'll move to is the 6th house, which is Virgo's house. There's Virgo's archetype on the table. Jesus, Yahshua, 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 Jesus, Yahshua. 6th house, Virgo's house. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for Virgo, aka the 6th house. Dun, dun, dun. That song comes to mind. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. No, it won't work. No, no weapon. So no weapon formed against me shall prosper. You know what? So, as we were reading for the 6th house, and Venus energy was in the 6th house at that time, and it was so nice. At one point, we peeked in the 6th house and we seen some alchemization taking place, and it looked like we seen some for connections, because Venus was in the 6th house. The love language of the 6th house is acts of service. And so we seen that embodiment taking place. And I remember at one point, and these are in the previous daily readings that we've done for the 6th house. And I remember at one point, taking a glance in here as we are now and seeing, oh, what's so nice of, the energy here to put it, the great output right here, so that, the Corinth, the lovers, because all the signs were definitely taking appearances in this house, because this is where Venus is. This is, Venus governs love, relationships, partnerships. So there was a lot of activity going on there. And it was like so nice that the workers, the task force that were alchemizing these connections that were going through hardships and struggles and the no contacts and the pains and the healing that needed to take place in these relationships, once that alchemization had taken place, and the workforce had the output here And it looked like, oh, how nice. It's right here, conveniently for these lovers to come in and to pick up right there, you know. And I remember first seeing the output, and it was the Five of Swords, because I remember taking the time to look at what chakra system was being affected, and it was the fifth chakra, and we went all through that. But I said, oh, I bet you the next time we come in here, I'm curious to see what element will be there next, because they're alchemizing, so we know the vibration is going to raise higher and higher. And so we started to see pentacles. So very nice that process appears to have come to completion. In fact, I remember the other time we checked in, it looked like there was like a emergency callback where the workers looked like they were just going home, and just before they started to settle down, they were called back into work, called in to do some overtime, and they were working those out. And here we are with the Ten of Pentacles. So that's really nice. Now, as always, those questions of, you know, a little formula that we started to establish here in these readings is looking at the first position there to see the element that's on the table, to look at its elemental value in its sequential order numerically, and to look at it as the energy is progressing forward. This position representing the recent past, this position representing the present and the near future there. So looking at the energetic body that's on the stage first, in the first placement, as it moves through this transformative energy in the second placement, looking at the output. So in the output, I'm questioning, hey, I came in with the Ten of Pentacles. Now, as we're moving forward, what is this value? Is it diminished? Is it the same? Has it changed? Is it improved? Is it vibrating higher? What is it? And why is it, you know? So to have the Ten of Pentacles in the first position and to have an output of the Knight of Pentacles, I would say that is a pretty good energy exchange. I say it looks like, you know, we've taken a noun and moved it through this transformative body, and we're at a verb now. We're seeing motion. So we're seeing potential here, and now we're seeing motion. How would that really be explained energetically? We have voltage, and now we have watts and amperage, if I have that correctly. So we're looking at movement. So this is good. Very, very good. So let's see here. So we're looking at a lot of potential here, with the Ten of Pentacles being the height and at the top of the totem pole, elementally speaking, because of its progression, and it's the slowest moving body in the suit. So it's gone through the stages and phases of fire, let's see here. I'm going to go through the stages. Fire, air, water, and then you have the pentacles here, the earth. I paused there because I was thinking about what I said, if that was really... Okay, I was doing too much geeking out. Focus. Sorry, scratch that. Ten of Pentacles, moving through the Hermit, ready to move out with the Knight and it's en route. So I figured that the direction is determined. So this Hermit, these Ten of Pentacles were realized in the Hermit, the sixth house, that governs healing, that governs health, that governs routines and daily routines and patterns, etc. So it's moving out here. Acts of service as the love language, it's moving out here. So it feels like this Knight has its direction, it has its trajectory, it knows where it's going. It's the slowest moving energy in the deck, as we talked about, but it's en route. I feel like it has its destination. So in here, there was likely that alchemization process taking place, in the facet of healing and higher understanding and getting the guiding light here, checking the balances, making sure that everything is cool, healed, healthy, um, ready to make it smooth. So I feel like this is likely an ongoing energy that's happening because there is high potential here with the Ten of Pentacles. Technically, you see the Knight holding one pentacle in its hands. So it almost looks as if this process is ongoing. Like, okay, here's one, okay, here's almost like a, you know, a assembly belt. Here's, there, you know, so like a dispatching of potential. So let's see here. What else do we have? This feels like it follows up in some different houses that we have some readings for, like the second house, the third house, seventh and eighth house. For an example, we had seen that there were like some wills, written testament, insurance policies, marriages, you know, especially in the fourth house, it looked like some housing, like some grants. It was an advantageous time for them to start looking for some grants, some housing resources for relocations. But like, so it feels like that type of process is similarly in the house here, getting worked out, where we were looking at there. It looked like there was a process going on, but it was just about at its final stages. So here would confirm and energetically looking at the final stages and its output. So it's like right there, ready to be delivered. It's finalized in the Pentacles. That's a done deal. It's ready. It's just going through the what do we call that belt? The assembly line, the quality assurance check type energy. But it's pretty much at that point, what is that, more packaging, wrapping type, labeling, processing, logistics, you know, getting the directions. Anyhow, this looks like the finalization, the stage. We're showing how that's progressing. So the whole, with your name on it. With your name on it. Okay. So that's what's being stated there, roughly speaking. That's how the energy is moving through this house. Let's see what else. So I'll put a pin in that, although there was a lot of unintelligible descriptions to try to describe that energy. Like, what are you saying? Prayers being answered. Your prayers being answered. What's meant for you will be a blessing in disguise. And or just what you need. A blessing in disguise, and or it's just what you need. I mean, like a blessing in disguise, like if you might not even expect it, you know, the silver line in a dark cloud. But your prayers being answered, and a blessing in disguise, turning, you know, flipping a negative into a positive, turning sour lemons into the most delicious lemon bread. All right, and especially the whole blessing in disguise, your prayers being answered, with the clarifier being the 9 of Swords. I mean, yeah, prayers being answered. So the clarifier, the Nine of Swords. This looks like somebody praying at night, having a hard time sleeping, anxiety, nightmare of the soul. But to have that clarify the Ten of Pentacles, I feel like that's a confirmation of what was being said. Prayers being answered, a blessing in disguise. The Hermit here being clarified with the Six of Pentacles. I feel like that's also a confirmation of what was said. Here's healing, there's balance, the alchemization, the process, the, advantageous time for grants, the Good Samaritan type energy to be processed. Those written wills of testament, we have seen a storyline developing where, someone is going through a heavy grieving process and, the Most High, the universe conspiring in their favor to help them put one foot in front of the other and to change their life as they're moving from poverty and heading toward abundance and sudden wealth type energy. Yeah. See, and it's like, when you're grieving because of the loss of somebody that you had a genuine affection for, I mean, it's like money and the tangible values help them put one foot in front of the other, literally help them not collapse under the weight of the loss of the person. Sometimes that pain can be so severe and so heart-wrenching that they could barely see. It's almost like money. What is that? Okay, pay. Thank God it's there, pay it, but they're still just so in pain because their person is not there anymore. So, we were seeing that type of energy on the stage too. And we done the readings for them, so they were pretty detailed, but here's where you would see the energy of that. The Knight of Pentacles was described as the dispatching, finding the directions, getting the addresses, the labels, the logistics taken care of. So this Wheel of Fortune would be like the spin cycle. But so just the finalization on the stage, preparing for the dispatch, for the delegation of these blessings, of these pentacles and movement, these love offers, these marriage proposals, these, applications, grants, going in, going out type energy. Order being established even in the midst of chaos. So this is the trajectory and the way energy is moving through the 6th house. Thank you so much for your support on the video and on the channel, and for your interaction and support helping the channel grow. I appreciate you so much. So let's see. Now we can move to the next house, which is Libra's house, in just a moment. I gotta find a better place to hang this one of these good days. Jesus, Yeshua, 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 Jesus, Yeshua. The seventh house, Libra's house. The seventh house, aka Libra's house. Venus has made it back to the seventh house, Libra's house. That is the regent planet for Libra, aka the seventh house. We took notes in the first part of this dream. And Venus is in Libra at 16 degrees currently. Well, the last time we checked. Okay, so let's see what's going on in the seventh house. Do 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 do. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for Libra, aka the seventh house. Do 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 do. No, I won't be afraid. Of the arrow by day, or the snares they have set will not succeed. This is the 4 of fire and the 10 of fire. Interesting. 5 of fire, 4 of fire. And this is not a stacked deck. So to see sequential order here is more than a coincidence. This deck is not stacked. Jack of Pentacles and the 10 of fire are here. And in the cards that I laid out just a moment ago, where the deck kind of broke apart to reveal those card combinations, I showed it to the camera. Didn't really speak on it much. But here I'm narrating. There's the Jack of Pentacles, which is the Page of Pentacles. Could be the Page and or the Knight. So upon review, if there's interest in these clarifiers, you would look there, and hopefully I was able to show the cards enough to add some resonance. However, I'm still working to get, if there should be actually some information I can get right here, because I'm still working on clarifiers. At times it only feels, it kind of feels like I'm not meant to get any clarifiers yet. I might leave the energy just as it is, but I'm still working here to see. I'm definitely interested in the Knight of Swords, so let's see, let me talk about it. Clearly it appears I need to talk about it since I'm having such an ordeal getting my clarifiers. Okay. So, the little formula that we've been using so far in the channel, we've kind of started to adopt it as a standard. The first placement, look at the input, look at the quality of the elemental value, also numerically. We're looking at all those aspects. Is it a minor or major arcana? Looking at all of that. And as it moves here, this position tends to give us a transformative energy here. And then we have an output. So I ask, the Pentacles moving through this transformative energy, why don't I have Pentacles on the other side? What do I have on the other side? And what is being stated there? So to come in with Pentacles, move it through this energetic body here and come out with Swords. It's a transmutation that moves to communication, information, logic, intellect, technology, third house, seventh house, 11th house energy. It's a verb, not a noun. There's movement, there's action there. Looks like some communication. Seventh house, Libra. Here, this energetic body here that's transformative, that's been described as being the transformative body here. It's the Star card. This is Aquarius's card. So at this time, although I don't like to have any signs, presenting in a way that might hijack a reading, that's not that reading. This is Libra's house, the 7th house. The Aquarius energy is taking a pronounced position on the stage. The 11th house, Aquarius is all, basically their energy is very pronounced here. But let's take a look here. Communication, a wish fulfillment, a wish fulfillment. The Queen of Pentacles moves into the Star card embodiment and then comes out with the Knight of Swords. So it looks like some information, some communication will be coming towards you in the near future in regard to this wish fulfillment. Off the top, that's what's being stated there. This is the Star card pointing to the 11th house, pointing to Aquarius. And the 7 of Swords is Aquarius, the Aquarian energy in a minor arcana. So, just having that energy in its context right here where the Star card, this wish fulfillment is, the moon in Aquarius. The moon in Aquarius. So generally speaking, since the 7 of Swords is Aquarian energy, when it's in its own house, there's a tendency to find some of the most beautiful 7 of Swords in that house. We're looking at the potential of negatives being flipped into a positive there, though. What we're saying with that 7 of Swords energy and the wish fulfillment here, pointing here because there's the Knight of Swords on the table. So let's see here. And we're in the 7th house, so heavy air, heavy sword energy there. Let's see, wish fulfillment, the 7th house. So stepping back and looking at our running storylines that have been making their appearances throughout the houses, there has been talk about the wills, the contracts. Speaking of the 7th house, Libra's house has the association. We talked about it in the 2nd house with the Hierophant. Definitely was feeling Libra energy, 7th house energy in that Hierophant, especially speaking about the contracts that were in progress. So it looks like here this energy is showing up as well, just about finalized, as had been described in the previous houses. This storyline had been running through. We've seen that the process is finalizing, even as we take the time to go through the houses today to update the daily readings. I feel like we're seeing this energy become even more described in its finalization stages of the process. It's beginning to look and appear more polished as we progress. But so that sentiment is here, and it's looking really beautiful in the 7th house, right? The 7th house. Speaking of in the 6th house, oh, how nice of the 6th house, that work task force, putting our 10 of Pentacles right here, so polished, so beautiful, so ready for the recipient to just walk in and receive their 10 of Pentacles. Oh, how nice was it? Because look, they were really stressed out, sleepless nights, prayers going up, my goodness. But the 6th house put it so nice and pretty, packaged with the same 7th house. Oh, so nice of the house of beauty and aesthetics to make this so polished and beautiful. Look at her Queen of Pentacles taking the stage, moving into the wish fulfillment embodiment. Ooh, la la. Looking at more polished beauty. Should we be surprised? This is the 7th house. Okay, so yeah, there we go. We're looking at that. So for those contracts, because the 7th house does govern marriage contracts, marriage and partnerships. Oh, how nice for those houses where we seen that they were healing their family concerns and they were dressing the pink elephants in the room and they were healing and coming together. Oh, how nice. We're in the seventh house, the house that governs marriages. Oh, we see that same energy on the table too. Wow. Okay. As they did make their presence, in the readings, we did mostly see mentality. We saw swords on the stage. We did see that this is a work in progress. So, giving context, as to why we may have these swords, in our output. Why is the Knight of Swords here when we're looking at pentacles moving through this energetic body and to have the output in the swords? Well, we did see that the houses are, there's still work to be done. This work is in progress, so it almost, so yeah, when you do see diminished value a little bit, I mean, when you're moving from pentacles and then you get to swords, that's not the highest element on the totem pole. The highest element on the totem pole is the pentacles. But context is everything because, it's like there's intrinsic value and there's, you know, just what you need. So we have the sword output. We have air in our air sign, so it's very complementary. But going back to what we were describing, well, yeah, when we looked on the stage at these connections who were going through their healing process, these marriages, healing family concerns, and dealing with their political, religious concerns, the pink elephant in the room, it looked like there's a lot of work to be done, a lot of inner work, personal work, to be done. This shows us, though, that there's been a prolific stage in this progress has been met. It's almost like, okay, you can lead the horse to water. Now, does it know how to drink? But these are all hypotheticals, guys. Sometimes the hypotheticals are for my lack of expression, So now can I get my clarifiers? Let's see. I was gonna look here, but it's almost like, well, maybe this might not be, maybe I needed to explain it first, what I see there. Work on that a bit before I can give another clarifier. Let's see. So with that being said, I am curious to still look here and see what's going on with the, Knight of Swords. But I'm still looking to see. Okay. Okay, guys. Wow, look at that. Woohoo! Ain't that nice? Oh. Oh. So, you see there, Queen of Pentacles, Queen of Pentacles. Knight of Swords, we have our Knight of Pentacles. Clarifying the Knight of Swords. So we don't have diminished value on that other side. But notice how it required some work. Notice how it required tapping into the essence of the Knight of Swords. Speak on it. Articulate what you see. All you got to do is try. Just tap in a little bit. It's already there with your name on it. But heart to heart conversations. And we talked about it. The third house governs communications. We talked about it in the third house when we got to Gemini's house. How that could go. The scene, the stage was set. And it felt pretty intense. We talked about it. How even Oh, the potential in the meeting for the reconciliation was there. Reconciliation was there. The meeting was there. We seen them step in the room looking oh so beautiful. You know, the potential was there. Anything could go. There could be some popping off. You better have your vest on type energy. Or it could progress toward the bedroom, adult activity, X-rated content. It could progress to okay, well, poker face, everybody putting their coats on and walking out all, where are things, going? Well, to be continued. Uh what it could have been you know somebody thought they was about to pop off and all of a sudden it's oh you know what no let's get our coats getting out of here. They didn't get to really get things, it was all talked about in the third house. I feel like there's resonance there talking about the heart to heart conversation, communication, information coming out in regard to this Knight of Pentacles. But it still feels like with your name on it. It has your name. It's a win-win situation. It looks like at the end of the day, negatives are being flipped into positives. You can't lose type energy. I just feel like that, but that's what it looks like there. Knight of Pentacles, Knight of Swords. Yeah, but I feel like all of what I just described is more so of foreshadow but at the moment it's just saying that your prayers are answered and it's on the way. So it may come in the form of, sign here, put your signature here, this is yours. Or it may come in the form of, is this yours? You need to claim it type energy. If it's yours, fill it out, resend it. I don't know. It's on its way. Swords move faster than the Knight of Pentacles too. So that gives some context as to why the Pentacles showed up after the swords. Swords move faster than Pentacles. Yeah, so let's see here. Okay, let's see what else. So I am inclined to put a pin in that translation as a final one. That reading is done. That's the way the energy is moving in the 7th house. Clarifiers are designed to reiterate, confirm, expound upon, add additional information, and or to redirect. So that's why we put a pin in what was said already. And let's see what happens now, just to be consistent and finish it. However, I gotta double check and see if I should use a different deck still. Alright, 9 of Swords. Four of Fire. So in this one, it feels like we're picking up, talk about that third house. There's strong third house energy in here. So it reminds me the third house also governs the siblings, the family, those small those smaller groups of relationship dynamic, the extended family, and things like that. Hey guys, thank you so much for support on the video and on the channel. So then, thank you for interacting with me here. So then, I seen it just vaguely, guys, and then I'm excited to see you and your support. My eyes are still on the reading table. So we have our additional information here. Okay, I was moved to use a different deck to clarify. Wasn't really sure why, except for now the Queen of Pentacles I figured still needs to be right here. That's the same card. Now this Four of Fire, guys, when that was developed there, I felt the third house here, and it wasn't at the third house. I'm pretty sure where it was that energy that I was describing as the Eight of Swords. That card is described as, in fact, matter of fact, the Nine of Swords is in progression. The Eight of Swords comes first, and then the Nine of Swords. Well, of course, you're going to see the Ace of Swords here. Clarity, right? Because this is clarifying the wish fulfillment. So, like, with your name on it. So it's done. The stress. So now, even in context, so it's like I put a pin in that. Come back to what I was about to say. Even in context there, how I often have started to talk about the multifaceted translation of the Nine of Swords. How is this tears? Is this pain, suffering, anxiety? Well, certainly it is. Has it progressed to the stage, though, where you're actually seeing the element of surprise and tears of joy? Oh my gosh. But Ace of Swords. But I wanted to get into this deck to move to the Eight of Swords, which is in the third house. Took a pronounced stance. That energy there. And in the third house, it started to feel like, because there was a lot of Wheel of Fortune energy, right? The spin cycle. So that Eight of Swords, this self-imposed imprisonment, they're in that position because they want to be type energy. Sometimes you got to do some soul searching to find accountability to see you could let go anytime that you want to, huh? But at the thought of letting go, you start to realize, no, I can't let go. Why? You know, why? Why can't you let go? Oh, because, you know, there's unfinished business type energy. So that's the locking in the midst of the, you know, energy that's trying to dislodge you, trying to make you let go. Pay attention to the red flags. Are you know, and at times it was like, shoo, nah, man, let that go. What was that? Look it through it. Oh, no. Yeah, let that. Okay, lock in. Are you sure you want to lock in? Yeah, I'm holding on. No, let that go. Whew. That was in the third house type energy. Okay, well, wait, looks like, okay, lock in. And that kind of expression was also illustrated in the fifth house type energy, right? Fifth house. And then in that house, under those circumstances, there would be a contract as well. Seventh house deals with contracts too. It's more so on a partnership type level, though. For an example, and that's shared monies, where the eighth house is other people's shared monies. Seventh house is, let's see, well, other people's money, partnerships, shared money type energy. But so I said that to say, felt that same type of energy in the fifth house, a house that governs courtship, relationship, risky investing, like gambling, risky behaviors, you know, type energy. So anyhow, feeling the Eight of Swords, self-imposed imprisonment, context is everything, though, because that reminds me of actual seventh house reading where we seen a rescue mission going forward. And that was interesting. Yo, I was trying to tap into that reading and speak on seeing the Wheel of Fortune, because for some reason it was very hard for me to try to reel that reading in. And I was able to just barely touch on some of the content there. And it looked like a rescue mission. It looked like SOSs were going up. It looked like there was a rescue task force going in. And it looked like they were successful. Man, there were ninjas, coming in and out. Could have been quality assurance or hidden in, checkpoints. Man, it was looking crazy. But we did that. So talk about self-imposed imprisonment, but context is everything, because if there is actual, uh, legalities and, incarcerations and etc., then in that type of reading you would get the Eight of Swords, and that would be an actual imprisonment type of situation. And in that one, that rescue mission scenario that was taking place in the seventh house that does deal with legalities and judicial systems, we saw that there was success at the end of the day. And this Nine of Swords presented, and it was tears of joy. Like, oh boy, I just barely got out of that one. I just barely got out of that one. So that would also describe a wish fulfillment. These would be tears of joy, after the sleepless nights, after the, incarceration, imprisonment, to just add another layer of context for those type of situations that were in the air and have a running storyline. And what else? So then this would also be an update of, okay, yes, it looks like there's a ruling made in your favor. And this could be, you see there's the swords, the air, the communication, information. So this could also be the paperwork coming out. The Knight of Pentacles and the Knight of Swords, paperwork, your freedom papers, and all of the legalities that come with it. And also the verbiage that comes with it. So there describes the energy, the way seventh house energy is moving currently at the moment. The way energy is moving through this seventh house currently is on the stage there. The trajectory of the way energy is moving for this short, let's see, now how do I call it? Short-term energy reading. So let's see, are we on a cliffhanger to be continued? We'll be back to update this reading as soon as possible. Now we're preparing to move to the 8th house, which is Scorpio's house. All right, guys. So, yeah, greetings. Thank you so much for your support on the video and on the channel. Thank you for interacting with me and for interacting with each other in the chat. It's so exciting to see the channel finally start to grow. Thanks to you, those who have been subscribed, holding it down, and the new subscribers that have come through. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll start moving to the next house as soon as possible. Jesus, Yahshua, 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 Jesus, Yahshua. About the 7th house, do we speak on much of the relationship dynamic though? At the very least for the relationship, it looks like there's a wish fulfillment, an opportunity to reconcile. Oh yeah, I was about to move, but as I started picking up the cards, for the personal relationships, reconciliation, yeah, wish fulfillment, prayers answered in this connection, healing, connections. Connections healing. Some communication. Your person coming towards you. This connection has potential to move towards a higher level of commitment, is what's being stated there. Proposals are on the table right here too. Vows, marriage, yes. Marriage, yes. Getting ready for that wedding, planning, the wedding planner type energy. Let's see what else. Engagements, moving in together, getting a new property together, right there. And it's progressing, your connection progressing to a higher level of commitment. All right. It could describe, after the engagement, after moving in, there could be some bumps in the road, but it has the star still. So it's like, do you see your cup half empty, half full? And sometimes you got to take that bull by the horns and move it. You got to fight for your peace, fight for your joy. Remember what it's all for. Remember that you're on the same team. Remember that this fight is on, it's you and your person against the world. Remember all of that, type energy too, because that has been explained and described throughout the houses. So even in that sentiment, the engagement, you've moved in together, you got your proposal, and now do you feel trapped? Do you feel suffocated? Are you having second thoughts? So because we're not always going to be looking at raindrops and lollipops, right? You got to fight for your peace and fight for your connection is what's being stated. But it looks like what we're looking at in the near future is that you guys do have those realizations, those epiphanies. Maybe there is also, what do you call it, when you renew your vows? You've been married, you're living already together, and you're renewing your vows. You're, reviving this connection, because that's what it looks like could be happening here too. It does look like a reconciliation, a wish fulfillment, flipping negatives into positives. And this has been described throughout the houses too. And sometimes there was that stress, and there was a running storyline that was talking about somebody tested their lover to see how they would respond in a situation, and it looked like there was higher likelihood that in those storylines the response that was given was not liked, and sometimes there was this little sentiment that says, hey, play stupid games and win stupid prizes type energy, like don't, sometimes don't be testing me, don't be running that on me, because you're gonna get what you get. You know me good enough. You knew I was going to act like, you knew I was going to respond. You know that that's not, type energy. And sometimes in those scenarios, the person, and it turned real. You know how some jokes or some test or, it's just, sometimes it backfires and they're like, oh boy, what do I do with this now? You got to pick up the pieces and decide sometimes, am I going to let this go? The pink elephant in the room. I was just joking, but, or, I was testing them. I was trying to see what's going to go on, but now that I see what it is this a deal breaker? And so those storylines were going on too, because it's like, dang, I had the venue set, we had the guest list sent out, but do I go forward with it now? So those type energies have been talked about. But we've seen that there was a high likelihood. Well, it almost looked kind of like a 50-50 at some point. And then those running storylines, we started to see them fizzle out at some point. Some of them didn't. That night, in some of those situations, was redirected. So it's always like when the night actually makes it to the stage and is sitting there, it's like, oh, that night's been coming a long time, because they're the slowest moving bodies, and sometimes they are redirected. They will not make it to their, destination. Sometimes they are rerouted. So we've seen those storylines too. So at this phase, at this stage, it suggests that, okay, you guys have made it through that spin cycle, and your person starts to realize, hey, they start to take accountability too. I didn't like that, but You know, I know my person. I should have known that's how they would have reacted, and I still love them. Can't live, with that whole, they make me mad. They frustrate the, you know, hockey sticks out of me, but yes, we're going on because I love them and I can't see life without them. And I should have known that's how they was going to respond. And, to a certain extent, that's what I love about them, type energy, But anyhow, guys, so that's what I see there about that. So I was picking up the cards and I realized, wait a minute, did you cover everything? All right, that's what we have there. So let's see. Yeshua, Jesus, 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 Yeshua. Hallelujah. The eighth house is Scorpio's house. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for Scorpio. All right, so here we go. The energy taking the stage there is the Six of Pentacles, moving toward the transformative embodiment of the Magician, and we have the Two of Swords as the output. So first position represent energies from the recent past. Second position represent present current energies. The third position, energy from the near future. So you can see the progression in the way energy is moving here, putting it into our little standard operating procedure, looking at the suit and the element and the minor or major arcana of this embodiment. In the first position, the Six of Pentacles. It's in the suit of Pentacles. Numerically, it's at the 6 here. So one of the most beautiful Pentacle cards here, embodying reciprocity, Good Samaritan, prayers being answered, even if and when out of thin air, it feels like. And it's in a minor arcana. So this is energy that's reflected on the stage within someone's own free will. So it's really great to see that in a minor arcana. The major arcanas would reflect the cumulative collective energy that accumulated while someone was on their journey making their free will moves above our head. But this one is within one's free will. So this is a really beautiful card of reciprocity and balance. It moves in this direction with the magician. The magician typically embodies energy that suggests things are coming into alignment, synchronicities are had here. This is the perfect stage for manifestations to take place. This is an embodiment that describes this is the moment you've arrived. This is the perfect time to meet Mr. and Mrs. right here. And then we have the Two of Swords. So it almost suggests that there could be a missed opportunity, for lack of better expression, like the timing might be a little bit off. However, just because, having the Two of Swords as the output after this energy, whatever energy would be here on this stage, moving to the magician as described, having the Two of Swords there, there's a bit of dissonance there, because this is at a crossroad. This is describing some indecision, So, for a lack of better expression, I'm saying that there could be like a missed opportunity, had been a missed opportunity, or timing was off. Because this describes divine timing when things come into alignment as described. This is a major arcana. But interesting enough, in its own way, this describes timing that is in alignment in a minor arcana form. However, so I'm saying, like, in a way, although it describes maybe some timing issues, it's almost like, how, what does that say? It comes, may not come when you want it, but it's always on time. He may not come when you want him, but he's always on time, referring to the Most High, etc. So there's that element here. Like, everything is moving just the way it was supposed to. And so with that, we have these Six of Pentacles moving into this transformative embodiment where, what exactly is being alchemized there with that potential. So could be just putting everything into its proper perspectives. Having the Two of Swords right here, though, it feels like you can't lose. Like, any direction that you choose, you can't lose. We've seen that sentiment take the stage too in a couple different houses. I spoke on it whenever it did come up, but I can't remember the houses off the top of my head. But it seems like whatever direction you choose, you can't lose, just because of these energies that are described right here. But context is everything here. Yeah. Let's see. So put that there. And so you see how there's a sense of balance. you know, having twos, you know, a sword on this side, a sword on that side, you know, 3 pentacles on this side, 3 pentacles on that side type energy. Technically, this description doesn't necessarily illustrate it that way because there's a pentacle here in the middle. There's 2 pentacles on that side. And technically, in this illustration, the scales are a bit unbalanced. But you see the balance right here. It's in the middle. So all it would need to do is add that pentacle over here for these scales to be balanced. But anyhow, that's that illustration. But anyhow, a sword on this side, a sword on that side. 3 pentacles on this side, 3 pentacles on that side. But ironically enough, you know, the illustrations and then the time that I take to try to select which deck to use, which then sometimes, oftentimes looks at, oh, well, the illustration here, it goes with the storyline that was being described. There just feels like there's a little bit of out of syncness with the timing of something. It looked like there could have been a missed opportunity, perhaps, you know. And it feels like with that potential of missed opportunity, as described, is this speaking on second chance? It's like maybe somebody, would they want to have a second chance and move back over here and try something again? Or maybe their other option is to move forward and, you know, set the scales right now and move forward. Is that what they're thinking about doing? Let's see. All right. So, hi everybody. Thank you so much for stopping by. So, I wanted to look at the 6 of Pentacles in a more traditional illustration. You know? What is it that you might want to look back on? Does it have something to do with housing? You know? Does it have something to do with anticipation? Waiting for something to come towards you? Maybe are you thinking about going toward it? You know, with a second opportunity, second chance? Are you thinking about setting yourself free as described and just going on and setting your scales right? You got everything you need to set your scales right and go back and go forward into your new chapter. Maybe if it's something about housing, you know, maybe is it an old housing situation, or maybe you're thinking about, you know, taking this grant opportunity or whatever we talked about. This is a good time to apply if housing concerns are on the horizon. Maybe going forward and getting your housing, you know. Are you thinking about, you know, are you thinking about going back into a potential relationship dynamic? Or are you looking to, you know, pursue commitment, monogamy? Are you thinking about going in your new chapter as a bachelor and/or bachelorette? You know, and so I just wanted to look at the traditional illustration here, but it's the same type of, the illustration, the artistry is very similar. Yeah, the subtle difference is that they just magnified, emphasized the scales. And also the scales, they put hands under those scales. But, and a hand right there. So you can see the artistry. I just wanted to see what the difference is between, you know, how they've modified it from the traditional and modernized it. Yeah, but standing, at the Seven of Pentacles. So what are you going to do with the Two of Swords? Do you have an ultimatum? Is it a self-imposed ultimatum, or did somebody give you some alternatives? But let's see, somebody or something. Three of Cups, it looks like you can't lose whatever choice you decide to do. Knight of Cups, because it really feels like whatever you decide to do is going to be what your heart is telling you to do at the end of the day. There's heavy emphasis on your intuition. Something is pulling you in a particular direction. So it's like standing at a crossroad. Intuitively, you'll decide which way to go. Now, so like I described this magician. When the magician comes into the stage, what is typically being described. So it also feels like here there's magnetism happening with this magician. This magician feels like they're pulling this all in together. And it still describes intuitively you'll be deciding which way to go, and you can't lose type energy, because it almost feels like, yeah, you're going to find your direction. It almost also feels like if you don't choose, the choice will be made for you, but it's going to be the best decision. So it feels like a hangman type energy without the hangman on the stage. But that feels like that's being said. Now, the other thing about the magician, I feel like it's kind of, in this context, one and the same, that the magician could be a finesser, type energy, but then finessing, put it in the context that most resonates for somebody. That finesser is going to describe, yeah, a manipulator, a gaslighter, somebody who, yeah, that. But for someone else, that finesser is going to be someone who finesses the situation. They naturally smooth it out, polish it. They alchemize their situation. They manipulate their situation type energy. So it's still kind of basically describing magician, but sometimes, it depends on the perspective, if there's a villain in the storyline or not. But let me see what else for a second. Whew. Seeing all that without even having clarifiers on the stage yet. Let's see here. Magician, Mercury. So some Gemini, Virgo energy there, potentially with Mercury energy in the magician. So I just wanted to kind of look at other properties of the magician. Let's see. Mercury. And let's see here. Looking at the current positions of the planet at the moment. Mercury is at 2 degrees in Leo. So in real time, Mercury is currently in the 5th house, Leo. Okay. So that is the 5th house, Leo. So, that's interesting. Okay. So the 8th house governs conception too. The 5th house governs conception, new arrivals, and so does the eighth house. So yeah, the eighth house has been taking the stage, talking about transitions, and more so on the channel, we've been looking towards those transitions where somebody has departed, and because we're looking at the wills and etc. Insurances were making appearances significantly through the houses because they needed to be prepared and all the things. So the eighth house also governs new arrivals, conception, new arrivals. So here, and so in the fifth house, although, let's see, no, I was about to say, uh, yeah, in the fifth house, right, that deals with conception, there has been the yellow alerts to the audience, like, hey guys, so it looks like fertility is high for those of you who are trying to conceive or maybe trying to hold off on conceptions, or maybe you're questioning if this person is the right person to, all the things. And so we talked about how to see that in the cards and how to, if you're pulling your own, what to look for, etc. So we did that. It was like, okay, guys, so if you're not looking to conceive, and it looked like we were dealing with some reconciliations taking place and maybe some adult activity taking place and throes of passion in the moment where you want to probably get on your contraceptives, because one thing might lead to another when you're not even ready for it type energy. But guys, we talked about it, right? So here, let's see here what we're looking at there. You know what? So, and this reading right here, it would suggest that this would be some cards pulled that may interpret there are some questions about paternity. Okay. So just to reflect and to show what some card combinations might look like if there's some question in paternity. And also because we're learning on the channel and some concepts come up for the first time or whatever to express them, trigger warnings, right? I want to talk about trigger warnings. I'm expressing these things, reading this in real time with you. So trigger warning also, if there's so now, in the fifth house, we had been reading an advantageous time of conception, a risky behavior type energy. And so, in that context, we did talk about it when you see a diminished window where things were going to start to look quite risky. And I would suggest, and we started looking at strong points of areas to, digress, to fall back, starts to appear too risky. So in the case of, and we started to talk about the gradient when maybe somebody, for whatever reasons, right? Because we try to be objective and just talk about the energy so somebody can put their situations in context and double check their work on their own. Don't take my word for it. Take it with a grain of salt. Do your research type energy. So like in the case of maybe there was still some risky behavior going on and prolonging into those gray areas as described, then there could be some questions concerning paternity. There could be some questions in regard to the high risk. So the reason I'm taking time to talk about it and to point it out is to, for those of us who are observing and just learning, we don't have a dog in the fight, but that gives some idea of some scenarios of why one might not, a high likelihood why one would want to check out when it starts looking risky. If you don't want these type of questions, because this looks like the aftermath of that. In the suit of conception in the 8th house, we're looking at this take the stage in this way. These are swords too, so just to give an example of something that might fit in the suit of swords could be the birth certificate, because for an example, because this could represent the documentation, as it's the swords. Swords talk about communication, and yeah, so like a document, the swords have been presenting themselves, for example, to represent documentations and records. The documentation too could be something like a paternity test. And then so the magician in context is everything, right? So the magician could take the form of a scientist in the lab, that process taking place. And then these Six of Pentacles and the scale could embody the laboratory, the scientific equipment and the specimen type, and here this could be the stage in progress of after these tests have been ran in the lab, etc. Now you have other scientists studying the results and preparing to document that and write it down. So that could be one way of looking at this. So let's see what else. Okay, and this is 8th house energy that deals with not only the transition of a departure, but also the transition of a new arrival. And what else could be talked about? Okay, we talked about the relationship dynamic as it played out. There was also some energy in regard to housing, or the housing establishment may be real estate, or it also may be related to one's occupation, like a home office type of energy, a job situation. Now let's see what else the 8th house talks about. So we also did talk about how the 8th house governs other people's money. We just got out of the 7th house, which talks about shared monies. 8th house, other people's monies. So, and there has been emphasis on those wills, the written testaments of wills and insurances, for an example. That's an example of other people's monies, right? Also, taxes is another one that may not fit currently in the scenario, because it's not quite tax season in real time at the moment. But when we get into that season, I just don't want it to be the first time you hear about it. Okay, so as far as the contracts that we were looking at, those wills and everything that we were looking at before that had a more pronounced pick up on the storyline to be continued, here I don't particularly see a pronounced reading here, but maybe you can, which is why I like to explain the process and show the cards, just in case you can still pick up some information pertaining to your storyline. So again, this is the 6 of Pentacles here, the Magician here, and the 2 of Swords there. So to me, guys, it would more so point to, that those wills and those testaments have come to a finalized stage, ready for the presentation, however that looks like in the court system, for an example, when, if there's a third party, a neutral third party might have to step in, and maybe there's still a bit of dissonance concerning like the sibling rivalry or the extended family rivalry. The 3rd house would be the place to look for that. And there was we took some time to work on that, on those storylines. And as the energy was moving in the 3rd house. So then this is potentially what we were looking at there with, the 2 of Swords being here. So we were still being left off on a cliffhanger in that storyline. And so much that cliffhanger prompted us to actually work that 3rd house for a long time to, even though we're still on a cliffhanger at the end of the day, it prompted us to work it out as much as we could see the details that we could still see objectively, you know, describing the scenario so that you could still lay your situation in there if it did fit. But here I'm roughly looking at the, yes, the residuals are for that. Like the will and the testament and everything is finalized. It's ready to, you know, be presented to the people of interest as, you know, they're concerned. But there's still a process where it feels like this process that they let's look at it a little bit closer, because there's, you can see that there's still a process here, but I'm a little bit paused when finding the right word to articulate it, because we have the major arcana of the Magician here and the Two of Swords there. And then honestly, like, I'm always impressed when my memory remembers the storylines and etc. for the different houses, because my memory is not that great and I can't remember the details here to fit it there. So we're at this point, guys, we're gonna go ahead and pull some additional cards here to get more context, because this is what I have so far. So we'll go ahead and put a pin in that translation and leave that as a finished reading. And it was layered, so there's a couple of places where we could have put a pin in it, but definitely right now we'll put a pin in that as we continue to work it. And this clarifiers have the intention to reiterate, restate what was already said, and or to add additional information to expound upon, and or to redirect. So let's see what happens. Let's see what we could see, if anything at all. Okay, yeah, it feels like it. Yeah. So this right here looks like a reiteration of what was already stated, especially to the additional information that's added here. Just still reiterates and restates what was said, because here I was picking up, it looks like the, you know, the wills or those testaments or the documentation, whatever was going on there has been, looks like it has been finalized, or it's in its final stages. And so this energy representing the past, this placement, you know, the first placement representing past energy. But as you guys see, especially like in our read our yes or no readings that we do on the channel, the timing sometimes it has its own, for your situations it resonates how it does for you guys, and sometimes I can't see timing very well. So like, but so sometimes even though this is supposed to be past energy, this could still be in the present. But anyhow, I'm seeing a finalized there confirmation with the Eight of Pentacles talking about this is working. That's the work embodiment. And the Six of Pentacles, you know, this is talking about, I feel like the finishing stages, like everything is there, just going through the final stages of being polished and prepared for delivery. So here, you know, the Magician being clarified with the Alchemist. So, you know, And it really was resonating when I got over here, was just like I really wasn't sure how to read all of that because of this major arcana there. So here, this is like the alchemization that we can see with the temperance being there, that energy that helps blend energy together that doesn't normally mix well, like hot and cold, wet and dry. And then the magician, is divine timing, alignment, the perfect time for manifestation to take place. Mr. and Mrs. Right has met. It goes back to what I was originally feeling when we first got here, which is these three cards. I said, it feels like there's something that's out of time, but it's really a strange appearance of being out of time because it's still in time. The oddity there. So I feel like there's a clarifier there because we're looking at this alchemist clarifying the magician. So I feel like, yeah, see? So it's alchemizing, putting things into alignment, where it almost looks like, and I was like, and why am I feeling like there's a second chance, an opportunity for somebody to go back and recapture something, or they could decide to go forward and, start a new chapter. So I feel like there's some confirmation there in added information too, where it almost feels like here would be the type of energy, if you're going to run back here and try to salvage something, that there's potential for the hypothetical to be like when you're at the checkout and for some reason it's your turn in the line and there might be a line behind you, but for some reason you just feel like, and it's like, yeah, can I just go run and go get something? And the cashier and you look behind you and the people could either start throwing daggers at you, or they could be like, yeah, you feel like it's okay, and you just go run while they're still ringing you up and go grab that real quick and bring it to the checkout line. It almost feels like it could be that type. Like you need to know where it is, know how to go get it, get it there by time your cashier checks, those times when you go grab it and you come back and they're still checking you out. Like it's just perfect. Like it just worked out perfect. It almost looks like that. And so without this added information, otherwise it looked like, I didn't know if you could stay back here for the timing. Yeah, I didn't have the timing information. Like, are you going to go back there? And that information wasn't available at that time. So I was like, it's really odd because it looks like whichever way you decide to go, it's a win-win for you. If you decide to go back here, recapture something, have a second chance at something, it feels like you're going to win. And if you decide to go in this direction and just head to your new beginning, even, it feels like you're going to win. Well, so the alchemist here and the magician, I feel like that gives some context, additional information as to why you can still win, because they're still bringing this energy, is still putting things into alignment. And it could be the type of energy where, hey, you're in the middle of baking a cake or you're in the middle of preparing this special meal. And darn it, we just ran out of whatever this ingredient that, Cajun, we just ran out of curry. Go to the store because we need that. Go grab that because we can't put it into the oven until you go get it. It ain't going to taste right. It ain't going to be right. You got to go. We need that. You got to get the yeast. We're out of, this is spoiled. We can't use it. You got to go get it. So it kind of feels like that too. That energy and those relationships that came back together that were at a distance, and then they kind of, the whole relationship felt like could have just fallen off. It's, hopeless until the person just realized, you know what? Reminding me about that fifth house. And sometimes the fifth house, although it governs the ego, but at times it's not as pronounced on the stage. Like, oh, guys, the ego is in the fifth house, man. And it's, its presence is being felt. The ego came to the surface. I feel like more recently when somebody says, you know what? Okay, hold on. Let me just regroup. This person drives me absolute nuts. But I can't see life without them. And then sometimes it like, ooh, that escalated quickly, you know, like that de-escalated quickly or that escalated quickly because we went from that to, hey guys, we're getting married. Like, well, you were just throwing sticks and stones at each other. And what do you mean you're getting married? Are you sure? Yep, I'm sure. Type energy. But still, are you sure? In that context, it's almost like this is external. Are you sure? Yep, I'm sure. And this is the giddy, you know, just release, like free yourself type. Just lose yourself in the moment. Let it go. So you all move together in your new chapter. Either someone is moving into their chapter as a lone wolf, or they're moving in their chapter together in this new beginning together. And it could be going back to the paternity. Oh, something's questionable about the paternity type energy. And then, you know, the extended family is all concerned, third house type energy. And everybody's got their little input in it, you know, third house energy still. And then it's like the next thing you know, oh, hey guys, that it's over. This is mine and this is us and this is ours and we're going forward with it. That could be that how that describes. So this is how the eighth house, the energy is moving through the eighth house at this time. Now we'll prepare to move into the ninth house in just a moment. Jesus, Yahshua, Jesus, Yahshua. Thank you guys for stopping by, and your support on the channel is so appreciated. I'm excited to see the channel start to grow. Couldn't be possible without you. So thank you. The OG subscribers that have been here holding it down, making it possible. And thank you new subscribers for stopping by, facilitating the growth and support. Thank you. Let's see. Here we go. 14 major arcana. Eight of Pentacles goes there. Interesting that I'd be tapping my deck right there. But that where, I feel like that where was there before I even started tapping on it like that. Before I started tapping, I used to knock on the deck. But then it got to the point where I realized it felt like Moses, when Moses struck the rock, it started to feel like, ow, you're hitting that too hard. You do not need to do that hard. So that was a moment where that became more pronounced, like, wait a minute. You don't need to hit that hard. It's more like, you see how you can actually get a lot of resonance. You can get a lot of information by tapping it. I was like, oh, whoa, that is nice. You do not, it was like, whoa, okay, you do not have to hit that hard. It was like, and then when it first happened, it was like, oh, but what am I supposed to do instead? You know? It was that awkward moment. And every time it was still like, stop hitting it like that. You do not have to do that. That is way too hard. Whew. But I said that because, and I'm like, I don't think this, I think that where started there before I started tapping on it. But anyhow, did that where start happening after I started tapping on it? No, I'm pretty sure. It might have gotten worse though. All right. So it just reminds me too, I need to get back on designing my own deck. And in a way, I want a deck that, you know, has the same images in there as I'm used to and reproduce that, you know, being able to do that because they wear. Which also inspired my new way of flipping the cards. You know, there's different ways that I flipped it, but that inspired the augmentation of the way I started flipping the cards. Alright, so we'll get back into it with Sagittarius, the ninth house. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck for the ninth house. Please put resonance in the deck for the ninth house, aka Sagittarius. Yes, baby. Okay, guys, so here is, and I chuckle not because of the content, but because I'm geeked out. And I had to pause to say that because the Three of Swords are on the table, so I don't know what's going on off the top. We're going to work on this one. The Three of Swords is on the table. I chuckled because, so, you know, just as we started to adopt a standard operating procedure, looking at the energy and its progression and detecting a transformative embodiment, usually it was taking the stage right here in the second position in the middle, right? So it was easier to read it in that way. However, our transformative embodiment, because it, you know, most of the time it took the stage in of the form of a major arcana. But right now we have a minor arcana in the middle, and our transformative energy looks like it's down here in the third position. So as far as, because when this body was on the stage, I was able to really have the information available to see how the transmutation would take place in the trajectory. But since it's down here in the third position, which represent the future energy on our cliffhanger, all right, so at the moment that energy is not available to see the input and the output, to see if there was a diminished sense of value, or if things, you know, were sustained, or if there was upward momentum, you know, things progressing to a higher vibration. So let's take a look here. Now, the things, let's see here. Yeah, so let's look at it, because I was about to say there is higher vibration, though. I had to pause for a second and look at it and see if I can, is that, yeah, there is a high vibration right here. Right here. Because being able to move from sword energy that looks so stressed and depressed, and to get into the fire, which represents passion and action. Reminded that the ninth house is fire sign, fire element in the ninth house, Sagittarius. Energy is a fire sign. So to see this depressed energy and sadness, regret, But also, if you might have noticed when I was pulling the cards there, but two cards came out. So, in its sequential order, 3 and 4. So we're looking at healing. That whatever the regret was, the sadness, the disappointment, backstabbing, betrayal, is in the past, and we're looking at this placement altogether is past energy, the first placement. So we're looking at the healing progress pretty quickly, to have the 3 of Swords and the 4 of Swords on the table on the stage here. That our person of interest in the 9th house, Sagittarius, is healing quickly. And in the case where there's mutual energy, twin flame energy, and a soulmate, we begin to see mirroring, where in the case, if I'm describing Sagittarius, it could be someone in Sagittarius's energy being described. But we're looking at healing take place. It almost looks simultaneously, like someone is just already going into or at the stage where they're healing and they're processing the information, learning from that situation very quickly. You know, it feels like even coming up with alternatives almost instantaneously to, you know, to rectify, to compensate, to have alternatives to supplement, you know, the potential loss and or damages that were brought here. And for that, this is an update of a storyline that's been to be continued. And so this looks like an update of that, because that energy was expressed in our last Sagittarius reading, where, you know, depending on the circumstance that they were dealing with, a lot of it was leaning towards some entrepreneurial, you know, business endeavors, a masterpiece that they had in the works, a plan, you know. Yes, there's also some highlighted relationship dynamic playing out. And actually, yes, there's a high likelihood that there's cusp energy here with a Sagittarius Scorpio cusp and or a Sagittarius Capricorn cusp. Because in the previous reading, we saw the dynamic playing out where our person of interest was able to run back and get something from the past, have a second chance and get something from the past and bring it. And so we described that too. So that reminds me of Sagittarius's previous reading, where it was looking like they had incorporated in their plan, and as they were coming across the disappointments that was in their story, that they were already figuring how to, and the way we described it in the hypotheticals, there was a treasure that they, oh, see how that resonates? It was like there was a treasure right there, a gold mine right there, you know. And so much, you know, those stories that we sometimes, those fantasy stories or actions stories, and somebody, they'll like take it and put it in a can and bury it, and they'll like mark it, maybe put a stone on it or something that they know where it is, or they might hide it in a trapdoor somewhere they only know where it is. And even if we go further back into these fantasy stories of antiquity or classic ones, how they'll draw a map and there's a treasure map, you know. But that's what it looked like. So, yeah, I was like, oh, how nice how that energy, because I was like, why is our transformative energy over here? Well, in the other storyline, this is where the hidden treasure was. And then Sagittarius had a plan to come back here and grab what they needed and then bring it back over here where the treasure map was. So as we described, that this is a reading that is a short-term energy reading, as energy changes all the time. So this update suggests right over here, not over here, this past energy looks like the past where there was the regret, but it looked like they were learning from the regret simultaneously. Yeah, rebalancing, recompensating, readjusting right there. So here it looks like you taking these three swords, taking the disappointment, the heartbreak, and putting it right into this energy of planning, strategizing. They already know what they're going to do with it. So no wonder we come out with the swords, and which is the thoughts, and in the head, the processing, to come out with the seven of fire, fire embodying the action. They're going to do something about this. And the seven of fire is standing on their square at a position of leverage. They're in an advantageous position there. They can defend themselves. But here, this energy, this illustration starts to almost look like, context is everything, like a market, like a salesperson, for an example, standing in front of their audience, preparing, their pitch toward their market about their new product and services. Like they're standing, like they might be giving a seminar type energy, right? Just preparing for their marketing of their service that they have coming. And here it looks like this is when their production, their masterpieces are preparing, and that magician type energy right there. That looks like that. And like I said, this part is technically kind of off the stage because there's now a high emphasis that this has already taken place. Pretty much this stage, this is past energy. So we're more so energetically over here, but we're still over here too, as far as the planning, the prototype, has the, what was it also? Planning, prototype, the patents, whatever, that stuff is taking place there. And so, like, for an example, this three of swords and four of sword type energy could be, for example, those Fortune 500 companies that take surveys and they go out to their market and, they pitch their concepts to their audience, and they get feedback like, hey, can you take a survey of, this product and this service? What is your likelihood of using this service? What is your likelihood of recommending this service to a friend? Is this something that you see yourself using type? So this could be that type of energy, and taking the survey back to the office, so to speak. And some of those surveys might have, had some disheartening feedback, for an example. But that the spectrum of the three of swords and the offense, is relative. But it's like taking those surveys back and then, going to the drawing board and potentially revamping the plan to make it more tailor fit for their target audience. So even that type of situation could be what we're looking at energetically. And there has always been this sense in the ninth house too, because it's like, well, this energy looks exhausted. And we have been seeing in that ninth house that somebody is definitely burning the midnight oil, putting in that elbow grease to make this realized. They're working relentlessly on this. So there could be some application here to point to, yes, your person or Sagittarius is tired, but they're also passionate and they're also determined, and so they're working hard. It ain't easy, but they make it easy when they get up on that stage and they're presenting and they're pitching to their audience and they're getting out there and they're marketing. And yeah, they're passionate. They're determined to be successful. And, they have a lot of abundance and success and positive karmic cash on the table for them to be successful. But yes, they're tired. Yes, this is, a lot of work, ups and downs. It goes back to the point too of how there's been a running storyline lately talking about, man, we want peace, and you gotta, peace is, sometimes people think or we expect that to fall out of the sky for us, but peace is often something fought for. Peace is something often strove to maintain. So you see them working relentlessly hard to make their dreams come true, and there's a high potential for success. So let's see. That's the energy on the stage right now for Sagittarius, the 9th house. And let's see what else. Now, this is, like I said, to be continued because our transformative embodiment is at the third in the, at the end of the stage here. So we'll have to see what the output is. But this has given us a high insight of what the energy input is. As of late, we have been getting consistent readings where there was a major arcana here and it was very pronounced transformative energy. So the data was available for us to see the input and to see the output. But there wasn't much data available like this to see the input. Oh, what is the energetic input? Also, it's one of the first times that we've seen there not just be a pinnacle right there on the stage, right? Which was like, oh, well, we're seeing the energy in the suit of pentacles that's at the top of the totem pole, all of that. Well, this is, as we're looking here, we're not seeing the pinnacles on the table at the moment. We're seeing the unrealized potential. We're seeing the work go in. We're seeing air and fire. Now, that's very interesting because somewhere today we also explored the elemental properties in their, like something like air. No, actually air, but we were exploring the elemental, but I wanted to say 10 things at once. We were exploring the elemental property and we were looking at their likelihood for compatibility. The need, how much alchemization is needed for these elements to mix well together. It's real interesting, though, that the alchemist is actually, the temperance is actually Sagittarius's archetype in the tarot. But so this is air and fire. That's a recipe for passionate ignition, right? And so you see the magician right there on the stage. So technically, we've also seen the magician embodying Mercury energy, which has Virgo and Gemini's energy there. Whenever I do mention pronounced signs, it's not intended to hijack the reading because all signs are present in a general reading such as this. So there's definitely a symbolic component that I like to mix with it too. But yeah, Gemini, Virgo, Mercury energy is in the magician. We have fire here. So you see there's one card here embodying the fire. So I feel like it's subtle fire energy dominating Sagittarius's energy right here. There's also the accompany of the 5th house, which is Leo's energy, and the accompany of the 1st house, which is Aries energy. And then here, we have 2 cards here. So there's more pronounced energy over here in the air than there is of the fire. But let's see here. There's 7 there. There's 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, no, it's balanced though, numerically balanced. I was saying that off the top because there's 2 cards, but the 2 cards actually give us a 7. So this is balanced. Interesting. Strong Aquarius energy here. How did you get that? 7 of air. Points to Aquarius. There's a high likelihood. And there's also Gemini, the 3rd house, and Libra, the 7th house. Energies. So, for an example, a lot of Aquarius energy, for example, points to the 11th house. The 11th house is the world stage, large groups and organizations. So for the story, the hypothetical that, oh, this is a salesman, this looks like marketing, so marketing to their target audience, potentially on a world stage. Looks like their market could be very wide, their influence very wide reaching. So why Gemini, for an example, and/or Virgo's energy here? Uh, Gemini, the third house, we were talking about smaller groups. So wide groups, large groups on the 11th house, the world stage, and even the smaller intimate groups. Like, like a small business, for an example, or siblings, extended families, neighbor, but looking at the small group, large group. The sixth house is the house of health, uh, healing, uh, work, help, you know, service. Over here, we talked about the 11th house. What about the 7th house? Marriage, partnerships. So there's been a high emphasis on the entrepreneur, for example, this being a salesman and or their marketing, catering to small businesses, small groups, looking at the partnerships in the 7th house. You know, business partners, potentially. Oh, so over here too, I didn't mention it, but it was feeling like also looking for other investors. Other investors. Even the scenario that was presented to talk about pitching it in a survey type, like, can you use this service? How likely are you to recommend this service type energy? That too is like a small group, collective, partnership, partnering. But this is giving you some ideas of how to read energies in the ninth house as it applies and to pick up on the running storyline and talk about how this energy is being updated. Definitely will be continued. We'll look for a continuation of the storyline as we're left on this cliffhanger. We'll look at how the input energy is culminated and transmuted with what the output will be. What will that output be? Looks like there's a high potential for success. And we don't have the data available. However, this reading's trajectory is moving in that direction. And let's see. It's like the energy is moving in that trajectory. However, where there's a lot of potential for success. But like I said, it looks like there's hard work burning the candle at both ends of the stick. So where does the Seven of Swords type energy come in? The moon in Aquarius, the Seven of Swords. Yeah, that survey, for an example, could be Seven of Swords energy. Even if it wasn't like a Fortune 500 company that hires those businesses, those telemarketers to do their surveys, could be like on a, more familiar, what do you call that? Put that in like a more, like bring it down to earth type, would just, the homie or your boy telling you, hey, that would be cool if you would do XYZ though. Or maybe your partner being like, nah, I don't want to put in on that unless maybe you think about changing. Maybe if you think about changing XYZ, that type of energy could even be like, oh, the person that you wanted to invest in your situation or whatever, they'd be like, nah, I wouldn't do that. This could embody all the rejection, the heartbreak, like, oh man, what do you mean, man? If anybody, you got it, you can invest in me, type. Nah, man, I wouldn't. Then this energy right here, Seven of Fire, and even Seven of Swords, working for, well, what can I do to get your investment? What would you have me change to make it worth your while? Type, I don't know, but that's how you could start to see that type. Oh, okay, well, hey, now you're talking my language, magician energy. Like, okay, now we get, well, I might consider it if you give me, maybe, 30, 60, or No, 3070. Yeah, because my first number was off. But something like that. Maybe if you modify it, could you put my name on it? On the branding? Like, do I get publishing rights? But anyhow, guys, I'm going far out with it. What else can we do with that? What else can you say about it? Because I like to be as objective as possible. Those are hypotheticals of how you can put your situation into the reading. So I try to be as vague and objective as possible for that purpose. So I think the hypotheticals we put up there are good enough. Now, what else can we see here? For relationships, we always want to see if there's an opportunity for reconciliation in our relationships. So for the relationship, this does point to a relationship that is currently like in no contact. There's an offense being made in this particular relationship dynamic. And it looks like your person may be moving into a, bachelorette energy where they could be exploring other options. So and then here's the Magician where they can be exploring other options, and there's a high likelihood that they'll find someone, it looks like pretty soon that could be the one that they decide to settle down with. So if you're looking for reconciliation, for an example, with that dynamic running, look at here. In this position right there, we've been talking about in that type of dynamic where the ego, we talked about like the fifth house, at the moment there's ego in that house that's making a pronounced stance. And so for an example, if there's any ego that's got them down, because sometimes when we think about an ego, you think immediately at somebody who's overconfident and cocky, arrogant. But sometimes the ego could actually be depressing. The ego is also that critical voice. That ego can be doubt of, success, fear of success. The ego can do that to us too. Speaking of that, then it points me back to the second house, for an example, Taurus's house. And currently Chiron is the wounded healer is in the second house in a retrograde. So when the wounded healer is retrograded in the second house, the value systems that speak on raising your value, the value systems that may speak on having low confidence. Yeah, everything that's happening externally has an inwardly catalyst where these things are happening to try to spur you to start raising your value, start raising your sense of worth, start believing in yourself, for an example. And then as far as the relationship dynamic here too, would have to say, hey, do you want your person? Are you willing to fight for your love? Because it almost feels like you got a lot, it looks like potentially you got a lot of work to do to meet them in time where you're reaching out to them and they could consider reconciling with you, and it almost looks like they could have been waiting for you to come to them or to show them mutual, effort that you're interested, that you want this too. And it could be that, they were waiting for so long to when they just had to pick themselves up and move on and start to position themselves and dust their own selves off. And then you start to see how this could be one and the same, where Sagittarius, and remember when I mentioned Sagittarius, it could be someone in Sagittarius' and Sagittarius themselves could have been waiting for a reconciliation, waiting for their person to come back, waiting for their person to help, to make an effort, show that they're interested. And they could only wait in this state for so long. before they start to build themselves up and pick themselves off, dust themselves off, and put themselves in position right here to get back out there. So if it's your person of interest getting themselves back up and putting themselves and focused on getting back up there because they realize, and this would indicate too, that there's a high likelihood that you were just in an abusive relationship. Abusive relationship, because for somebody to be able to pick themselves up and dust themselves off and get their mind adjusted, and then to just immediately be so viable, so valuable, so marketable that they find themselves in just a perfect connection, it almost suggests that no, there was nothing wrong with you to begin with. You were in a connection that made you feel worthless. You were in a connection that lowered your self-esteem, lowered your sense of value. But as soon as you just started to disconnect, because the Four of Swords does embody disconnect, as soon as you started to go into no contact, as soon as you started to get yourself together, pick yourself up, realize, take that bull by the horns and move it where you need to be. Realize, that you can't give up on yourself. Other people might give up on you, but you can't give up on yourself. You're not going to give up on yourself. You, in progression, the Three of Swords, the Four of Swords, then the Five of Swords, a win at all cost mentality context is everything opposed to maybe choose your battle energy. But Five of Sword mentality, win at all costs, and then you're standing at the Seven of Fire, standing on your square at a position of leverage, then you moving over here, and all of a sudden you find yourself wanted, desirable. You're off the market. You're off the market almost before the ads come out. You already are somebody. I want what? You're available? What? What? You're mine. Come here. Get over here. Type energy. Who was silly enough to let you go? Type energy. I've been waiting. I've been hoping. I've been wishing. I've been praying. Type energy. Three of Swords. Again, like what? You've been hoping and praying. Didn't you know I was with somebody? Yeah, but hey, I was hoping and I was praying, and clearly they let you go. They didn't know what you had. Now you're mine. Three of Swords, third party type situations. Hey, we're just reading it. This is how it could be applied. What is the other thing though? Oh, going back to the relationship. The market, the salesman. Maybe somebody slept on you. Like, oh no, I'm not going to invest in that. Oh well, what can I do over here to get your investment, to get your support? Is there anything that? Nah, there's really nothing you could do. That's not for me. I'm not feeling it right now. Oh, rejection. Dang, I was really betting on that investor. Type energy. Now what? And getting on the stage, well, dusting themselves off. Let's try it again. Dust yourself off and try again. And all of a sudden, here's the perfect investor. Oh, what? Before it even hits the market, I got you. You don't even have to worry about all of that. Advertisement, billboards, radio stations. I got you right now. Name your price. What do you want for it? Almost like, please don't put that on the market. I want it right now. Name your price. Type energy. And it's almost like, well, shoot. I don't need to. I can afford to, save my money on marketing. I was hoping to get a low key investor anyway, right? I wasn't really trying to put my thing out there for whatever reasons. Or somebody might, and then it gives that eighth house energy for the cusps, also included. It gives that, oh, when I was in that house, why do I have the Two of Swords here? And it feels like you could go either direction and still win. Oh, yeah, you could choose to say, when somebody, oh, what? This is your product? Man, please, you don't need to put that up on the billboards. You don't need to publish that into the da. I got you right now. Name your price. And then they might decide, you know what? Actually, I actually do want to go ahead and put this in the paper and publish it on the market and on the billboards. And so your bid is still, I'll still consider your offer, but you'll have to actually call my 800 number, talk to my market manager or whatever, and put your bid in with my assistant. Type energy, and so your potentials for buyers increases over here potentially, and we'll get more data as this storyline continues, if that makes sense. But yeah, as far as the relationship though, it looks like, well, if you're wondering to if you can reconcile and be under consideration, it's right around here. It feels like you would make your shot, let it, make the effort. As far as the answer or the response that you get, that data at the moment is not available. It looks like you could get a response right away with this magician here, because this person, for an example, was hoping for an example, that you would think about it and come back and get them and work together. And then that's right, they found their Mr. and Mrs. Right immediately, seamlessly. Or like I said, there could be some competition. But yeah, you see how it's multifaceted as far as the interpretations are. So that's how that's currently reading. And again, it's not intended to resonate with everyone. Take it how it resonates if and when it applies. So that's the trajectory. And I feel like I would keep working this. However, spent a lot of time there. So due to that, we'll come back and continue to pick up where we left off in the next update. And for now, we'll move to our next house. We'll prepare to move to the 10th house, Capricorn, in just a moment. Jesus. Yahshua. Hallelujah. The song that came to mind was, but my voice, as soon, by Faith Evans. I shouldn't even try to do that one. As soon as I can. See, my dog's already telling me, don't embarrass yourself. Okay, baby, thank you. As soon as I get home, I'll make it up to you. Baby, I'll do what I gotta do. I was feeling that in Sagittarius' house, and of course there was some strong cusp energy for the Sagittarius Capricorn and the Sagittarius Scorpio. Soon as I get home, I'll make it up to you. Baby, I'll do what I gotta do. But let's get into this one. So, Jesus, Yahshua. Jesus, Yahshua. Jesus, Yahshua. Hallelujah. Jesus, Yahshua. Jesus, Yahshua. Jesus, Yahshua. Jesus, Yahshua. Jesus, Yahshua. Thank you for your support on the channel and on the video and for interacting with me in the chat. We just got out of Sagittarius' reading, the 9th house reading. Matter of fact, we could probably take the marker and pull it back to the previous, where you'll see 9 here, and that'll take you to Sagittarius. Good question. Jesus, Yahshua, Jesus, Yahshua, Jesus, Yahshua, Jesus, Yahshua. Jesus, Yahshua. Jesus, Yeshua. Jesus, Yeshua, Jesus, Yeshua, Jesus. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Nope, nope, stop. That's enough. I don't know why the song lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmony of liberty. So Capricorn, the 10th house, your regent planet is Saturn. It's currently 14 degrees in Aries. In the constellation of Aries, Saturn is currently in 14 degrees of Aries. So that's the second decan. And then the moon, Capricorn is currently in the moon. And actually the degrees that I am stating is kind of old energy taken earlier this morning. But let's see here. So, Saturn in Aries. Saturn in Aries. Saturn in Aries. Hey chat, thank you guys for your support on the video and on the channel. I just got into the chat there to see you guys, to see you. Thank you, honey. We're going to look up, I want to look up Saturn and I'm curious to see how fast does the moon move. It's currently 24 degrees and earlier this morning it was at 18 degrees. So it's a pretty fast moving celestial body. It's currently at 24 degrees, but it's still, the moon is still in Capricorn at this time, in real time at the moment. Let's see here. So, also look at Saturn in Aries. Saturn in Aries. We read about it. Actually, there's a textbook, but it's long-winded. But we look at Saturn's energy in the different houses. So Saturn in Aries, it blends the planet of discipline and restriction with fast, bold fire of the first zodiac sign. It lasts from February 13, 2026 to April 12th, 2028. So it's going to be there for a couple of years. This transit tests courage, forces patience over impulse, and turns reckless energy into focused long-term leadership. Wow. So it's interesting for a while. So this placement has been in Capricorn's house for a while. February 13, 2026. So February 13, one of the major current events that took place around that time was when that conflict that took place around the strait, you know, where there was a conflict in Iran. The U.S. and Israel was involved in that conflict. But just to give a timestamp, according to current events, the energy stepped into, Saturn stepped into the first house, like, because that event happened on the 18th and this is 13th. So about 5 days prior. So let's see the core themes. Patience versus speed. Action hits delays. You learn to pause before you rush. Controlled courage. Brave choices need smart plans. Challenging authority. People question unfair power and demand real leadership. Building agency. You take real charge of your own life path. All right, so the natural traits, if born with Saturn in Aries: hard work, you fight hard for your goals. Late bloomer, confidence grows slowly with age and test. Inner friction, you feel a push to move fast, blocked by a need to be safe. Self-reliance, you trust only what you prove yourself. All right, so I wanted to take a look at that. And especially inspired by seeing the Wheel of Fortune right here clarify the Justice. So I feel like that embodiment is well described with what we read about Saturn in the first house. Because you could kind of feel some chaotic energy in the Wheel of Fortune, and it's restraint. Not only, well, see, it's positive to see its restraint in the Justice, potentially. Otherwise, that force would be unbridled, potentially unbridled spin cycle, unbridled storm energy, chaotic energy, unbridled in the 10th house. But we're seeing it comprised, controlled, structured, and it's a process of structuring as described when we just read about Saturn in the first house. But the embodiment of that structuring is in the Justice energy. And it was reading more about the controlled courage. So you see how dynamic a force of courage itself would be? Controlled courage. You know, wow, what a force, you know? Controlled courage. And we were just talking about, especially in the ninth house and other houses, the fear of success and how that is being catalyzed internally, especially with the wounded warrior in the second house, Taurus's house, raising value systems, raising self-worth and self-esteem internally. This catalyst is happening internally. We talked about it. So when you talk about controlled courage, and then you see this justice here, and it's, you know, the Wheel of Fortune is clarifying it. It's also talking about challenging authority. People question unfair power and demand real leadership. So, also again with this energy, with the justice, you know, and the Wheel of Fortune clarifying there, it says, it talks about you take, building agency. You take real charge of your own life path. So talking about like order in the midst of chaos being established. Somebody taking that bull by the horns and moving it where they need it to be. Somebody finding an area where they need peace and fighting for that peace. Not, realizing it doesn't come out of the sky. It's not going to drop and fall into my lap. I got to fight for this. And also realizing that, peace is the governance of harmony with sometimes within oneself, but if and when it includes the collective, the atmosphere that extends outside of one's own self, for an example, or just let's focus on the inward part, right? But patience versus speed. Action hits delays. You learn to pause before you rush. You learn to pause before you rush. So Saturn in Aries blends the planet of discipline and restriction with the fast, bold fire of the first zodiac sign, aka Aries, aka the first house. This transit tests courage, forces patience over impulse, and turns reckless energy into focused, long-term leadership. So, reminded of some running storylines that have been taking place in this house. It said traits of your spouse as a twin flame soulmate energy, someone else says. And I'm dealing with the Capricorn. And you read energy beautifully. Thank you. It's beautiful. Thank you, everybody that's stopping by here. Awesome. And I love the questions dropped in the chat too, for high potential of resonance being established in general readings, and also preparing and inspire me to get into some personal readings on the channel too. So hey everybody. Okay, so yeah, we're tapping into just some energy, as described, going on in Capricorn's house, the 10th house. And so we have been there have been a running storyline for Capricorns. And we were looking at Capricorn. Some of the Capricorns were dealing with a lot of stress at work, it looked like, especially at work. And because there had been a running storyline that there was, a beautiful relationship going on for Capricorns for the most part. And the storylines had just been pretty much focusing on what looked like work energy, 10th house energy. Not even only for Capricorns themselves, but the work force for the collective, like of a nation, for an example, and or of the world, And so Yeah, it had been, and so at some point, well, we seen Capricorn burning the, candle at both ends of the stick and burning the midnight hour, and in these storylines, there would be certain occasions where Capricorn's lover would come on the scene, and at times it looked like their work and their stress and what they were dealing with was also starting to affect their relationship. But there was a large part in the audience that was speaking on the fact, showing that their relationship was strong, and stronger than whatever hurdles that they were dealing with at work. But, there were indications where your person of interest, Capricorn's person of interest, needed some, intimate time, some attention, and there was also times where the energy was speaking to Capricorn's person and saying, hey, your Capricorn is actually would need some affection, need some reassurance, need, some nurturing, check on them. Yeah, so those emphasis have been making the stage, but the most part it seemed to be looking at the work. So no wonder that there was so much pronounced energy in regard to the work. Now realizing that, oh, Saturn is in the first house. So in everything that was described. And oh, for that matter, no wonder seeing so much energy in the first house itself too. Yeah, there have been an uptick of that. So let's see. So let's see what we have here on the table. Oh, so the storyline started to progress, and it's to be continued series where we started to see the energy and the dust settling down for Capricorn. They worked really hard to establish order in their situations, and at times we seen the storyline start to look like Capricorn. For some of them, they were finding them an ace in their pocket, like another job opportunity, and because it started to look like the job that they were on was not worth the pay, and it felt like they were being taken for granted, and it just looked like things were looking at a distance to become like overwhelmingly more stressful than what they were willing to take. Well, there goes the embodiments that describe, there's the, Chiron, the wounded healer in the second house, raising standards, raising your values externally. Like that would be an example of external influences catalyzing upgrading one's value in an external sense. Like, okay, it's time for me to get a raise. If you're not giving me a raise, I'm about to find me another job that's going to pay me more, or I'm being underappreciated here. It looked like also a natural progression of one's value increasing in value, even if they hadn't gone to school, for an example, to go and get, additional accolade or work experience and their work ethic and certain world challenges, like natural world disaster type of situations that Capricorn was able to overcome and still survive, make it through those spin cycles, make it through the whirlwind and still remain standing. That promoted their intrinsic value. And so it just looks like whether or not they went to school to get additional accolades, their value was raising and they were desirable on the market. And so, yeah, raises, promotions, the high likelihood of being able to find another job where they were desired and wanted. And, it also became more pronounced by a default, by a natural byproduct of where they were being underappreciated too. Like, whoa, I got agencies that want me and they're ready to pay me what I'm worth. And you over here, you got the nerve to be abusive to me or ungrateful to me. Watch how you talk to me. Do you know who I am? Yeah, and then so Capricorn started to go ahead, and some of them started to pull that ace out of their pocket and go in another direction. And then, sure enough, those who had neglected, mistreated, Capricorn were chasing after like, oh, come back, Capricorn. There goes that ego check that we talked about in the ninth house, in the fifth house type energy. Oh, come back, Capricorn. We miss you. We're ready to give you. But it put Capricorn in a position where intrinsically the natural byproduct was their value had increased. Okay, Capricorn. Hey, I got this offer. I'm over here now, and I like how they're treating me over here. Well, Capricorn, what are they paying you? It put Capricorn in the position to negotiate their worth. Well, okay, if I come back to you and I already know what the deal is over there, what y'all want me to do. And I'm the only one that could really pull that off for you, but you're gonna have to pay me this. You know, name your price, Capricorn. Are you gonna have to pay me this? And I put them in a position where they can't lose. That's been one of the running themes too of whatever decision we've seen it in. Was it the eighth house? Whatever decision that they would make to move on in their new chapter with their new job, titles, etc. Or if they went back, and got back on this other job because the other job, for an example, paid them more. So it's like, okay, cool. Hey, I appreciate the opportunity to work with you guys. It's been a pleasure. Please keep my file. I'm gonna go ahead and put my notice in so I can be rehireable type energy and I could come back later. But I'm gonna go to my job here because they're calling me. They really want me back and they're gonna pay me more. And I mean, hey, are you willing to pay me what they're going to pay me? Because they're going to be. So it put, Capricorn in an advantageous position to name their price type energy and, find where they fit in and et cetera, et cetera. So that's a running storyline here. So let's see with the update of that. Okay, with the update of that running storyline, it is, I feel like it's talking about, stepping out. And there's a stepping out on faith and believing in oneself and negotiating their price. And still there's the stability, there's the success. It's a win-win any direction that you choose to go because you already have the job offer. For example, in that hypothetical, the job is yours. You're working the job. Here we are. As far as the update, how can you see that energy on the stage? You're working the job. You already have it, right? But if you're deciding to, you know, negotiate your value, negotiate your price because these people keep on trying to come back and get you. Oh, Capricorn, we need you. Come back. Can you come back? Well, somebody might not ordinarily negotiate their value like this, but you're working the job. They want you. You're in a good place. So it's almost saying the only thing that beats a try is a fail. You have nothing to lose. Hey, well, thank you, but they could say no. You're still good. You raise my price? I need a raise before I do that. Oh, well, you know that we can't give raises. Okay, well, I understand, but I'm over here. I'm doing good. Oh, well, hold on. Let me go speak to the director for a second. Hey, there goes the wheel of fortune and the justice. It's to be, they're going to go check it out. Then in that case, this would be the director, for an example, that they go and ask. It could go either way, yes or no. But it's a major arcana. These are both major arcanas. Whatever happens was meant to happen, and you're in a good place right now. Right? You're in a good place right now. Here goes the seven. They could come back with the Seven of Cups. Many different options. That's to be continued. So what are we seeing here with that type of running storyline in the 10th house in Capricorn energy? But the common theme that we find is in the 5th house, risky behavior type energy. We talked about it. So we talked about how that window of opportunity was diminished, and it was diminished right here, right around here. So we're seeing another energetic form in the 10th house, the house of work, career, work ethic, standards, expectations, boundaries. And then with those boundaries come boundary crossing, rule breaking, violations, toxicity, overindulgences, addictions. Now, I'm just naming it because that's what's in the 10th house since we're talking about it. But the checklist type energy, Okay, so hold on. Let me not get lost. That's what this house is talking about, right? Why do I feel Hierophant energy, second house energy? Because in that house where the Hierophant it was, also Capricorn's energy, the 15 major arcana, made some appearances there too, talking about a checklist. So anyhow, about the risky behavior. So speaking on like some may have a fear of success, like, oh, I've never really negotiated my price like that. What they offer me is pretty much what I've took. That's what I take. Ooh, that feels risky. Well, thankfully for you, the universe is conspiring in your favor where it's not the risk that it was before. You can't lose. And you can gain the experience now of trying something new. You haven't tried negotiating your price? Well, the universe steps in to conspire. Let's get you some additional experience. You can't lose. Go ahead and try and see what it's like. All right? Because you might want to go ahead and take this gamble and take this risk and go ahead and negotiate your price at a later time, and this will be a safety net. You can't lose, because sometimes it's risky, like you might lose it all trying to negotiate and do, you might be seen as greedy, or the time might not be advantageous for somebody to take that type of risk and negotiate their price. And sometimes the time is, you better take what you get type energy, because it's da 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 da, risky behavior. So we had seen that there was a high likelihood, lock in right now, guys, because it's starting to look risky out here and unpredictable and potentially volatile. And it was like, lock in right now, guys. And for those of you who just have finishing touches right here, it looks like you still have a high chance of success as far as these risky behaviors. But I advise you to definitely, like those stores over the mic. All right, our store is closing. Take your merchandise and head to the register, like that type of energy. Because over here, look at how volatile it continues to look. Over here, now you do have the Queen of Swords, so there's still a chance over here to sort through all this chaos. But to have chaos over here as a residual output after this transformative embodiment right here, that still feels quite risky. Like we might save some, but it looks like there's gonna be a lot out here that's still gonna be mismatched type energy. Looking out here and taking our standard operating procedural format and say, oh look, I've got a lot of pentacles over here. Yeah, the 9 and 8. That's a lot. What is that? 13. So that reminds me of, or is that 14? Yeah, I can't. My math is bad and I feel really stupid. But at least it can be proof that, hey, y'all, to God be the glory, because that humbles me. I'm not a preacher or a teacher. My memory is bad. It's a miracle I could do any of this. I'm an idiot without the Most High. 8 plus 9. Or no, yeah, that is 17. Silly girl. So that's almost 20. 17. I was feeling like major arcana. Shoosh. So that is the star energy, wish fulfillment. We're moving to the 11th house next. Cusp energy, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Capricorn, Sagittarius cusps. But yeah, this feels like star card, wish fulfillment. And we're looking at that take place in the suit of Pentacles. So there's a high potential of success right here. And then the Wheel of Fortune and the Justice. So the risk there I was describing. And I don't want to forget that we also seen a highlighted area of concern where we were able to see, I think it was in the 8th house, Scorpio's house. And we were able to see what it was looking like, you know, when somebody was being way too risky, or way in this context, we would talk about the ego, and maybe somebody was being way too risky and way overconfident and way too much Five of Sword energy, when they should maybe go with the choose your battles versus win at all cost mentality. Because we had seen, I think it was the eighth house, and it was regrettable, but it was real life, where we had to look at potential and conceptions, where there would be a new arrival and someone taking risks if they were, you know, doing the readings. And of course, there's always a disclaimer that you always want to back this up with professional expertise and professional help, not just a tarot reading, especially when it deals with something as sensitive as conception. However, this is what we do on the channel, right? We're doing the readings, the tarot readings. So we were looking at an advantageous time if someone was looking to conceive, to go on ahead and move in that direction. There was a window of opportunity. Now you can see how diminished, for those who have been following that storyline, how diminished that window is. It's right here, when at one point we were looking at this full space, you know, being the window of opportunity. But now it's progressed, it's diminished right here. So we started to see the energy take the stage where it looked like there could be some problems with conception. Now, with that being stated, too, I'm also beginning to realize that those problems with conception don't necessarily have to point to some risky behavior. We would only be talking about that situation because the fifth house governs risky behavior. And so at that time, when it was applicable on the stage, we were able to see some examples of what the risky behaviors would be. And we talked about methods of how to diminish the risk, etc., right? We talked about it. So example, this is energetically what that could potentially look like. Right. And now there's another storyline too, where it looked like there was questionable paternity. That might have been the same reading. We were looking at what looked like a laboratory and scientists and specimens, and they were looking at some results like paternity tests, for an example. So over here, you're looking at that kind of energy there in another format. And of course, how would Capricorn influence that type of thing? Well, because in the test, there are certain rules, regulations that would need to be adhered to. So you would see that type of energy here, where we're looking at like the scientists taking the specimen and going through their process of analyzing the data. So that energy would be in the 10th house, for an example. And then we're looking at another phase of another set of expertise in science, for an example, you know, rendering the results from the lab type energy. And then here's the, you know, preparation of dispensing the information in regard to those tests. And then overall, we were looking at that process still pending. And then here would be like the schematic, looking at the energy and that running trajectory of the way energy is moving. So it looks like the results are nearly being processed for the results. Like you might get the call in regard to those results in the near future, but not quite yet, because it looks like it's still under process. It's still being processed. So interesting to see that energy make its appearance in the 10th house too. And what else was being stated in the 10th house? As far as relationships, this here, you know, for those relationships that wanted to, you know, there was, it looks like an on and off again connection. But context is everything, because the on and off again looks like it could be potentially your person spends long hours at work. And maybe they work like 4 10s, for an example, and they're, you know, gonna come home soon. So it looks like this is some time for them to come home, for you guys to have some quality time together. And it looks like they'll be back on the road again, back at work, getting back into it. And it looks like, you know, they've been working really hard. So it looks like you would see if somebody is like, oh, my person is coming home and I'm excited. We haven't seen each other in a while. This would represent the anticipation. How is it gonna, how would that be when I see them again? So it feels like there's some excited anticipation. It looks like they've, been through a lot, focused, very intent on what it is that they're doing. So, getting out here, it looks like their energy is going to be a little disoriented, probably, you know, um, where it's just like, whoa, for them, it's almost like being in a dark room for a while, for a long time, and then you finally get out of your dark room and the light hits you and it takes a while to adjust. It feels like that kind of energy. And then it looks like when they it looks like there's just when they start getting in and settling down and enjoying being back home again, it's almost as if they never really get to settle down and, you know, really release because they're right back at it again. And again, it's almost like the reverse of after being in the sunlight, going into the dark room, or, vice versa, going there. It takes some adjusting. They're adjusting, getting back out there. They never really got to settle down for real, and they've been so everything that's been described, if they were to say how's it going to be, and I find these readings to be helpful, like in scenarios like that, because it helps the person, like the stay at home, the wife, the mom, and their husbands are out, making the bread and the butter, and they're coming home for a while. How can I best be my man's peace when he comes home? What can I expect when he comes home? And so I feel like these readings are helpful because it helps prepare you on how to be your person's peace, what to expect, what not to take offense to. For an example, if you already have this knowing, then it's like, okay, my person is kind of be a little bit out of it. So me, being able to embrace them and don't take anything personal, know that the dissonance here is because of what they're dealing with out there, and also what they have to prepare to deal with when our time is up. It almost feels like this is time to cherish every second, because it's going to be up, and they never really got a chance to settle down or to rest. It's like their mind is constantly moving, so you could see what they're focused, and what they have to do to prepare themselves to get back out there. And of course, with that part of we're on the same team, so supportive energy to, you want your person to win when they get back out there fighting the world, to bring the bread and the butter back home where it really counts, where it really matters. This is where their family, their milk and butter. This is where you are, the wife. They're doing this all for their children. This is what they're doing it all for. So this type of reading helps. I have found, because it's like otherwise, without knowing, it's like, oh, wait, why is there somebody else? I don't understand. Why can't you just focus on me for a second? Look at me, type energy. And it's like they can't. And, Lord forbid that could be more detrimental to them, because it feels like even with the best nurture and care and compassion and understanding, they're still going to be like this when they get back out there. But hopefully, with time we'll spend here with you and with the family, and with understanding, with empathy, and this place, their refuge, that they get this stage and they're able to get back into business real good. But it looks like there's some time that's going to take them to adjust. So if they come home and they make it home, and this is where all their bread and butter, their tear and sweat and has gone into, and they come home and this is supposed to be what they're doing, what it's all for, Lord forbid if they don't get to find peace here, and then they got to get right back into the world. You can understand how diabolical. So there's the 15th house. That's where the governing of, expectations, boundaries, and then you get the potential for toxicity, boundary crossing, overindulgences, codependencies, did we already say addictions, toxicity? So here it helps to have that type of data, and that's what I would see here for relationship dynamic, for those relationships that scenario might fit. Again, it's all hypothetical. It's all hypotheticals being used to put your situation in there if it fits. For example, if you are going to reconcile, let's see here, you've got quality time together. Hey, I think if I rework that anymore, it might lose something. So I gotta leave it right there because I'll be trying too hard. So we see the energy on the stage in the 10th house, and that's what I see so far. So we'll be back to do an update as soon as possible. And our next house that we'll move to is the 11th house, Aquarius's house. Alright, so there's a question that's talking about, will I get success in my career? Will I get success in my career? So this would be the house that you would be able to come to, the 10th house, to get a reading like that, and a general reading. So that's a perfect example of putting a question in the chat, even if I myself cannot pause and do a personal reading in this live stream, but the Most High knows what we have need of before we even ask. And so that would be a sentiment. You put it in the chat. There's a likelihood to start to find some resonance on how you can apply your situation to the to your situation, apply to the general reading here and get some context to help you. And also I love the opportunity to be reminded and to say that yes, this is a short-term energy reading because energy changes all the time. Even a thought can change the trajectory and the way energy moves. And when you see highlighted areas of concern, that would be a reminder to take it to your personal prayer closet and hold those concerns up in prayer for the Most High to begin answering and moving on your behalf. Good question. Thank you so much for your support on the channel, on the video, and your interaction in the chat. Jesus, Yahshua, 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 Jesus. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Okay, so was knocked offline for a bit, and then I'm noticing the live stream has about 4 hours and 20 minutes. So thank you so much for your support on this video. We'll be moving to another live stream to pick up in the 11th house and start with another part. Let's see, it looks like it'll be part 3 today. All right, so signing off. Thank you guys. I'll be right back to pick up in the 11th house with another stream. Okay, until next time, peace, and I thank you so much. We'll be right back.